Alright, welcome back everyone. We'll begin starting in just a few minutes here. Like always, number quick ad, then we'll get started. So I'll see everyone in just a few moments. Alright, we'll begin starting in just a moment here. Hope everyone's having a great day. Today we are going to be trying to finish up the game. I need to train up a few teams. So let me just pull this down real quick. There we go. We're going to train up the team we currently have right here, as well as at least one more set of people, I think, just as a backup. In between. We'll see. It's gonna be dicey no matter how I do this, but I can at least attempt to get some more people trained up. I just finished getting everything here because I did forget one thing. There we go. All right. Here we are. Let me also real quick get the bingo pulled up and there. All right. So we're gonna go for this long dungeon with a Flagellant, Dismas, Solaire, and Acris. I've already prepared them, so we'll just head right in. We do need money. That's the other reason why I'm doing this. Just to have enough to guarantee prep everyone. Taking a full thing of anti-venoms just in case. Same with bandages. Since this is a long dungeon. Alright, and not that many torches should be fine. And full stack of keys since this is a ruins. Alright. Let's go ahead and head in. Just get this show on the road. But yeah, Acris is definitely going in Darkest Dungeon 2. He's going to be one of our guards. I'm going to be giving him probably damage reflect, um, as well as the torch, obviously. I think the flagellant is going to go in with him. The exterminator may, and if they do, they're going to be the one without a torch.
Must be driven back. And what
And we need one like major stress healer.
Noble line.
Let's see, 100% of room battle, so we'll just head forward and then head down. Since that'll cut off that small segment without encountering too many extra fights initially. Let's go ahead and stress heal Acris. Let's see, Dismiss. Go ahead and disarm that. Ooh. Right, I forgot those would show up here. One moment.
Cornered, trapped, and forced to fight on.
Okay. There we go.
Wise general cuts losses and regroups.
Forgot to check skills. Oops. Oh, hey, look, we got the secret room scout. I guess it was worth it. Yeah, sometimes when I upgrade skills, they get disabled. And yeah, Acris didn't have his either, so that's good. That's just due to one of the mods I've got that unlocks all the skills. It kind of can bug out on me, but there we go. We'll head right back in. Hey, at least we got the scout. Hey, look, we also got a surprise. So it works out. Go ahead and shoot the madman. Let's do Rain of Sorrows, even though it's not going to do much to the armor. We can get the kill on the madman there. Both have a lot of prot. This guy guards and riposte, so let's go ahead and get rid of him. Just wondering if I should do this first. Probably not. We'll do that, and we'll smack him with a hammer.
Continually
Kill with
onslaught.
Acris.
Destroy them.
Good job
all.
crushing those bones under the armor. Actually, it looks like it's just armor itself. We're probably going to use camp. Either here or in the next room to de-stress, get buffs ready, and just generally be prepared. How much damage does this do? Let's go ahead and just take a shot.
Precision and power.
Glad we did. Dismas coming through as always. Let's see if we can get a bleed on the armor. Getting close. Getting very close, actually. One more bleed debuff and we can start bleeding the armor. Funnily enough. I'll get blood from metal. If I didn't get stunned there. Could resist on the stun, Acris. Dismiss. Damage.
Honestly, against this guy, I'm not going to try and recover here.
The bigger
Plus,
the
it's our
beast,
flagellant who's low.
the greater the glory.
He has himself.
Success so clearly in view.
Go ahead and give Solaire the healing, because
trick of the light.
Acris can heal. We'll do that. We'll leave this till we come back. All the loot will be leaving.
Even the cold stone seems
Like
bent
initially.
on preventing
Just so I can
passage.
get some space for it. Without throwing anything away. Hey! Pete Real, been a while. Glad you could show up right in time. I'm thinking I'm gonna finish this game today. So perfect time to come back. How have you been?
Perfect, second surprise. Let's see. I actually want to use the de-stealth here, I think. Hey, don't feel pressured to. Just do what you're able to if you want, as long as you want to come around. Don't feel like you have to attend everyone. If it's something you don't enjoy, I mean, sure, I'll be bummed out to not see people, but, I mean, at the same time, I'm not going to force people to watch what they don't like. So just tune in whenever you feel like it.
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Let's see, we'll do Orson here. It'll give it... Actually... No, we guard. Just in case. We want to get stress healed here. As well as we want to get some extra health for the rest of the dungeon. It's good to hear you've been good, by the way. Sorry, I got a little distracted here.
Press this advantage.
Valeria's just a crit machine right now. Alright. Let's sanguinate here. Grab our blood back. By the way, since you haven't been around Real, if you want a character named after you, just feel free to point one out. And if they're not named, I'll let you know, and we can name them. Either after yourself or just something you want to use. Yeah. And actually, funny enough,
Reeling.
my
Break.
I guess the best way to put it is like anniversary for starting streaming is actually gonna happen in a month here, funnily enough. I'm just about at a full year of streaming now, and
Their cursed
I may
champion
have an idea of what
falls.
I'm gonna be doing for that.
This expedition at least promises success.
Not quite sure yet. Let's camp first, then we'll do that. That'll give us a
A
buff
spark
for the rest of the
without kindling. It's a
mission,
goal
as
without
long as we
hope.
don't camp early. Hey, I knew what you meant there. Yeah, it's been quite a journey, honestly, considering, like I said, I've been streaming for only a year, and it's hard to believe just how much people have enjoyed it in some ways. I'd rather just de-stress and get buffs here. Simply because this is not, his virtue buff is not going to last long enough, though. I guess it's better safe than sorry. Let's do Long May the Sun Shine for him. We'll grab some extra healing. And we're good to go.
The darkness
And we do
holds
get
much
ambushed.
worse than mere trickery and boogeymen.
Alright. Point blank shot.
Destroyed.
Just get rid of one of the bone rabble.
Unnerved, unbalanced.
Alright, you can't do much from back here, so what you'll do is you'll start draining the stress off of him, even though it's low light, so that's going to incur some extra stress penalties. Actress. I should heal you up first and then move you up. But another way we can do this, we're going to put that buff on him. He's going to dodge roll back. That's going to group heal. Nice. And one more point blank shot, and geez, Dismas. But yeah, I may be trying to plan some stuff out here pretty soon. I know I've already decided on the next game, or at least one of them. And that's going to be Darkest Dungeon 2's Kingdom Mode, at least for a little bit. But I may do something else along with it. I probably will, actually. Let's see. We actually can do a Grape Shot Blast here. I also may be considering doing a challenge run for this game. I may be considering it's either going to be Deathless or Torchless. And I'm not sure which. I'll at least be attempting it, I should say. There's no guarantees I actually succeed in it. He is.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
He may not. Hey, Barnard.
Be wary. Triumphant
He may not be
pride
around today
precipitates
simply
a
because
dizzying
it's his
fall.
birthday. So he may have stuff he's got planned. How you doing, by the way, Barnard? Let's see. This is protection for one. Let's do it on Acros here. Acros will get, yeah, dodge and prot. Okay, I'm glad I remembered that. Enjoying your new emote still. I need to get around to actually either commissioning some or picking some out. Or even making some. I just don't. I'm so indecisive with that stuff. Good to hear. Let's do buckshot
blow.
here. Deal with the cultists. He's dead next turn. Now it's just focusing on the courtier. And the other cultist will be what we can use to, like, just get a little bit of stress healing out of it. Or virtue is always nice. Actually, you know what? Let's go to Bonk.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
I do. Honestly, a lot of your emotes are really good. Let's go ahead and do this. Actually, you know what? Let's just exsanguinate here. I have been using that one, or I did use it earlier.
A trifling victory, but a victory
It's
nonetheless.
actually a really good white item. Let's go ahead and grab that over the deeds. I don't think we need deeds by this point. I think we've used it for everything but the districts. So that's probably fine to get rid of. Also, again, congrats on hitting affiliate, Barnyard. Alright. Let's see. We can get a good pistol shot right here. I would say the same, but I know I got off much luckier than you and a bunch of other people when it comes to that. I know I got mine very quickly in comparison. It's part of the reason why I've been a little unprepared in some cases, like the B emotes. I haven't had that much time to get around to coming up with something. Wait, this is armor piercer. Ooh, that's perfect for bringing into the Darkest Dungeon, actually. So yeah, Acarus is definitely on the team for Darkest Dungeon 2 to guarantee it goes through. Yeah, I would definitely say so.
A powerful blow.
All right. Ooh. So, by the way, has the garage finally been completed, by the way? Out of curiosity? Or is it still just a little bit more to go? Dude, Dismas has been critting like crazy. I know this gives a crit bonus, and I've been using it, but
driven
still.
into the mud.
Does he have anything else that's modifying his? No, he's just being Dismas. Okay. He's just hard carrying solely because of his name. Fair enough. I'm not surprised it's too cold for that. Actually, we don't need to go this way. I'm gonna go ahead and touch this, because we're not coming back this way.
Wealth beyond measure,
Take the gold,
awarded to the brave and the foolhardy
and
alike.
honestly, that's it. Malachite, and stuff, or the, I think that's actually jade, is not really worth taking here. Let's go ahead and dim the
now,
light.
The darkness holds dominion, black as death.
All right. Sure, we'll just do this.
The match is
And
struck.
then I'll take this over
A
the gold,
blazing
because
star
honestly,
is
we'll
born.
be able to get more gold very easily. And that'll give me some time to use more of the resources. I'll toss some food. We've only got one more camp, and this isn't a super long dungeon, even though it is a long one. I mean, hey, as long as the bulk of it's done, that's what matters, right? There is. He decided to take the Rev Knight after, the, mishap in Darkest Dungeon 2. With his team. He's got a place in the Darkest Dungeon. You know, a small site to memorialize him there. It's one of the Templar room. Alright. Well. Good job, Acris. That's the first of 3. Yes. They basically get to go as long as they don't miss. Let's smack this one. With our flagellant there. Yeah, this mod, it's not really a threatening enemy. It's more of a joke enemy, other than
Blow to body
that
and
fact
brain.
right there. But it's a funny one. They literally get to go. I think there's a hard cap on how much they can do. But they go until they miss. And it's great, honestly. And then he just moved himself into position, but he still gets to do it since he hit. He misses there. You'll also notice they shove themselves forward as they keep doing it. Acris can go ahead and smite the injured one. Dismiss
Decimated.
will crit once again. taking another skeleton with him.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled.
Alright, you
They
know what?
can be beaten.
We can go ahead and use these to heal everyone up. We'll take the gold, because honestly, this is not very threatening to this team. This team's pretty stacked. We do have... That's for later. We do have Thing from the Stars here. I've got to consider. So I'm not getting rid of the anti-venoms we've got.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Oh yeah, Barnyard. Later I may have a question for you, when it comes to something. I'll DM you the question later. But just a quick heads up. It's for something I'm planning here, since it's about to be the, anniversary for me starting streaming.
Impressive.
I'll either do it like, you know, after we end stream, or on one of the breaks, just to give you a heads up. Yeah. You, I believe, joined the Discord. By the way, for those who aren't in the Discord, there is a link in the About section on the channel. If you want to hop in there, feel free to. We're not the most active yet. I'm pretty bad about that, actually, but I mainly post cat pics there from it'll be any one of the 5 cats I've got, or a couple of them at once. And yes, I have 5 cats, for those who don't know. T-Row, that's actually something that might, I think, change since you've last been here.
Monster's size has no
is
intrinsic merit.
One of the stray cats we were
inordinate exsanguination be
feeding ended up
considered a
actually
virtue.
becoming one of our cats. And hopefully the final one. So she is Mabel, and she's the other Torty in the Discord there. Let's see. So we got a battle here, battle here. We'll go this way. It'll cut out a fight, so I can at least get the mission complete first. We're not going to backtrack this way, so I'm just going to open this. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, he still doesn't have the best disarm, so he does. I just checked the flagellant to see if we could maybe get a stress heal off of him, but no luck there. Another big skeleton. Let's see. Actually, the spearman is more dangerous, I think. So we'll go with
Masterfully executed.
Dismiss, one-shotting him. Dismiss has just been on a rampage. He hasn't gotten to go into many dungeons, but when he does, he wants to hard carry. Flagellant can go ahead and smack that one. Same with Acris here. Before he gets... Oh! Good dodge. Dismas is the ender of worlds. And many a god. Him and Ronald together are the truest of the people who serve in the dungeon here.
Inspiration.
Alright.
And improvement.
Do one more smack here. Just in case, because we're about to get... Yep. This is going to be huge stun check. Luckily, no one got stunned. Let's actually do this with the flagellant. I don't know. That's the immovable wall versus the unstoppable force kind of scenario. And
Such
let's
a
be real, they would
terrible
never
assault
fight.
Cannot be left unanswered.
They're brothers in arms, and they arrived at the dungeon together,
Darkness closes in.
and they fight in the dungeon
haunting
together.
the hearts of men.
Though, if I had to say, it would actually probably be Renault, solely because he would be able to weather the blows a little bit better. And win
Prodigious
by
size
attrition.
alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Let's see. We'll go ahead and use the torches here.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted.
Simply because I'm going
purpose
to
is made
camp
clear.
next. I forgot about the Shambler trinket. Or Curio. I needed those torches, so if we see a standing torch, we'll leave it for the trip back. And if we get a torch, we have to take it. Alright, still no thing from the stars. We'll leave the altar here for when we camp. Hey, I'm very forgetful, alright? Now, is it willful, forgetfulness in that case? Who knows? It could have just been my subconscious going, that's dangerous. Maybe I shouldn't. Hey, that's what it is sometimes. Let's go ahead and use Grape Shot here to increase the crits this ghoul receives.
Mortality clarified
Not
in
the
a
crits the
single
ghoul gives
strike.
out. The crits it receives, please. Let's do an exsanguinate here.
A decisive pummeling.
There we go. And let's go ahead and heal up Solaire here with Acros. Give a restoration so he can heal up a little bit more. Do a pistol shot here. Solaire can get his revenge.
A victory. Perhaps the turning point.
I guess they do count as unholy, so this trinket's actually pulling in a lot, or like
Seize
doing
this
a lot of work
momentum.
for him there.
Push on to the task's end.
Yeah, we'll keep everything. Still want that. Alright. If any of these fights is gonna be Thing from the Stars, it's gonna be this one. Okay, perfect. Oh. I guess Thing is scared. I don't blame him, but still. What a coward. Let's go ahead and destroy this madman. The flagellant. Solaire here can finish off Courtier.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
And you, Actress, are going to set up a restoration here. Just to get people recovered.
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
He can handle that himself. Alright. Can't exsanguinate just yet, so let's go ahead and set a restoration on Dismas. He's gonna bleed himself, but that's fine. We can go ahead and I guess we'll hit the Arbalist here. Do another buckshot to... I was hoping it would get rid of the corpse at the very least. Good, no crit. That makes this easier. Acros, go ahead and finish this off. Unfortunate. That does buff our accuracy, though. Alright, flagellant. get some blood from the bones here. There we go. Solaire can finish this off with a crit, no less. Perfect.
As victories mount, so
I
too
got rid of my
will
bandages.
resistance.
Let's go ahead and give this to Solaire. Take some of the gold, and that'll be fine for now. Want to keep a little bit of food just in case we get a food check. This will be the last room fight, and then we go back for the Chandler. Which I believe was the curio up here. So... come on, Dismas. Good damage. Very least. Let's do Rain of Sorrows here.
A singular strike.
Nice.
Exposed to a killing blow.
Well, apparently they didn't appreciate that. Solaire, you could kill this. So we'll go ahead and let you attempt. Now warding is fine because Acris is gonna bonk it on the head with a finishing blow. And that forces the other one to take up guard. Though his guard is a little bit more dangerous. Go ahead and do some buckshot. It has the chance to kill this Arbalister. Alright, Rain of Sorrows kills that one, so let's go ahead and target this one with Solaire. Ow. Let's go ahead and exsanguinate. Good dodge from our Flagellant. He's gonna go Afflicted in the Shambler fight. Almost guaranteed. We'll go ahead and do this just to finish that one off for sure. Execution. Well, Dismas is holding on. Let's go ahead and take the shot. Let's go ahead and guard him with Solaire. Good dodge. Go ahead and set up a restoration. And we'll set up a second one. And we're going to recover in this fight. I know you're still here. I haven't forgotten. Let's see. Like I said, by the way, if you want to pick a character, just feel free to point one out. Just pick whatever looks cool to you. We got...
The ground quakes.
Nice. I was hoping to just heal him, but I guess we're in a decent position with that restoration here.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
We're gonna go ahead and camp here. Yeah, we'll go ahead and camp here because we're gonna be in low light for the Shambler
The battle
anyways.
may yet be won.
Alright, so let's go ahead and use Lash of Solace. Bandit Sense. And that should be just about it. We'll grab this.
The light, the promise of safety.
I might as well douse the torch here for when we travel back. It's gonna be risky,
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of
but
gold.
it's a decent option. It's only risky because it does incur the chance for a Shambler. Go ahead and give that to Dismas here. That'll give him more damage. Let's take the torch. We'll take it over the shovels, actually, because I don't need them anymore. And we are going to take a trip around to grab these. 40% damage. That's really good for Dismas here. Alright, I'm just trying to think of how this is going to go down with the Shambler, because Acris can go ahead and guard probably the Flagellant, since we're not going to heal him directly. We're going to let him get low from AoEs. But at the same time, that gives a high chance for the Clapper Claws to damage him a lot. And stress him out. And just in case he doesn't hit level 5, I would like to keep him de-stressed. We'll go ahead and eat this food here. Dismas can go ahead and get the stress heal here. And before we do anything, let's do this. Oh. Didn't back out of the Curio. Oh well.
A star spawned horror.
This is not the worst shuffle. So let's go ahead and do this with Dismas. Set up the repose. Dodge roll back.
The blood quickens.
Alright. Well, hopefully you get to feeling better then. And good night. Let's see. We don't have a guaranteed chance to hit. So let's fix that with Acris here. Catch you later. We'll go to bleed here. That's some good damage for the first round.
Death waits.
Especially since we're mainly doing setup. Also amazing for Dismas. Dismas is going to finish off the Clapper Claw with point blank here. The Flagellant, I'm fine with getting stressed out. He's naturally going to want to be stressed anyways. Solaire, let's go ahead and let... I was going to try and get the kill on the Clapper Claw for the Virtue chance, just in case, for Acris. Go to bleed here. Let's go ahead and get one more accuracy buff.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Very good hit from Dismas. Shambler's almost dead. Let's see. We've got one more round of our post, so let's refresh that and kill a Clapper Claw at the same time. Almost. Yeah. Everyone gets to here. This is honestly the perfect team for hunting Shambler too, in reality. Because both you and Solaire here have armor pierces. The Flagellant can take care of some of the stress from the Clapper Claws. I could smack this. Yeah, let's do that, because... Oh, am I? Let me adjust the game audio then real quick. About how close is it? Is it just like minor adjustments needed? I may have bumped this mic, actually, thinking about it. Let's see. About right there. Probably. That better? Okay, I can adjust it just slightly more here. I probably, when I was moving the mic, I probably hit it on accident. No problem. Anytime there's issues like that, feel free to bring it up. And good evening. We will actually... want the Flagellant to stay up front.
But let's go ahead and move you to the front here. Hey, Baitovsky, welcome in. What, you don't like him?
The space between worlds is no place
Yeah,
for
that's to
mortal man.
Flagellant's benefit, though, in most cases. Since half of his kit is restricted to Death's Door. And if he hits Death's Door, he does do a full party heal. Let's go ahead and guard Actress here. We're gonna be stress healing him in a moment. For a moment here. Let's go ahead and make sure Dismas doesn't die on us. How you doing, by the way, Baitovsky, as a whole?
Ringing ears.
That's a
blurred
big crit.
vision. The end approaches.
I mean, out of all the skins, I wouldn't say that's the worst offender. I think that one goes to Jester for Googly Eyes, where, either that or the Bounty Hunter.
Even the aged oak will fall to the tempest's winds.
Well, the thing is, Flagellant was actually really broken for quite some time. The version we have here is actually a nerfed down version of Flag. He used to be significantly stronger as a whole. And I think that's why his HP got tweaked, partially. Because I think that was one of the things he did lose, was a bit of HP.
We reclaim what is ours.
Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted to see right here. Everyone hitting level 5.
I remember
Trust me,
days
I know
when
the feeling
sun
with the
shone, and
sleep
laughter
there.
could be heard from the tavern.
You know, let's see. What's your base dodge at when we give you the upgrades here? Because we'll go ahead and get you upgraded since we know we're taking you in. 20. And yeah, you got all the ones that seem to make like the perfect synergy for just why. Oh, if you don't know what else to cook, I can always recommend, like, rice with a bit of meat and, like, whatever your favorite sauce is to complement the rice. That's always my go-to if I'm, feeling like not really cooking, but still having something homemade. The other option is, of course, the classic of red beans, rice, with a side of, like, honestly, either eggs or meat for me. Yeah, it still sounds good. Let's see. Dismas, do you have anything we need to remove? Yes. Hard yes there. Because I might... Actually, you know what? That's not so bad. I'm not going to be taking loot in the Darkest Dungeon. And we will probably at least carry some laudanum. So thinking about it, that's fine. Let's go ahead and sell this again. For that nice 750 or 7,500 gold. Alright, so we got some level 5s here. Acris will let you passively stress heal here. And we'll get one more group ready to have options. We've got a few people to choose from. We got Pillow here, who I should probably level. Let's see. This wouldn't be bad, actually. This is very tempting to go and get right now. Well, to be fair, it is week, what? Actually. Oh yeah, right here. Let's see. Week 144. And it has not been without a couple high-level deaths. Weak Potato and Barnyards. Yeah, we may have had, quite a few, partially from learning some of the modded areas, partially from just pure bad luck in Darkest Dungeon 2. Yeah, to be fair, Sunward Isles was very brutal learning. Yes, they died in the retreat from Darkest Dungeon 2. Yeah, Barnyard and Potato seem to have a competition going for whoever can feed the most blood to the entity. I do think I want to go for this. So let's real quick get a team out of people we've already taken in. Artisus has armor piercing, so he's perfect for this. We can even do it from backline here. I love the Bounty Hunter. With the googly eyes. It's so great. You know what, Baitovsky, you can go in as a stress healer here. You'll go in position 3, I think. That way we can bring a dungeon chef for the healer. Exactly. Baitovsky is a commandant. I think trench warfare plus, you know, some extra barbed wire mixed in. He can mark people with his pistol, execute them for a bit of extra stress healing. True. The commandant. In fact, he even has a medal. Speaking of, let's give you that medal. That is, I think, actually what a big portion of the influence is. It's honestly like a Kriegsman style commandant. Because we have back to the front here, where if you're afflicted, it's a negative 100% stress reduction. But you cannot be stress healed for 4 battles. We have attrition doctrine, rapid dominance doctrine here as like camping skills. Let's see. Yeah, this is one of the mods that exactly. It's one of the mods I was not expecting to be as well polished and like just good as a whole. We'll see when we get in here. Let's go ahead and take the Commissar's pistol for you as well. Baitovsky. And what that does is that improves his stress healing and gives him essentially an execute threshold. On our dungeon chef here, who likes to prepare meals out of what we hunt in the dungeon. Well, commissars, that's a term for officers, I believe, out of the Russian army back in World War I and II. I don't know if it's still a term used, but that's where that term comes from, I want to say. And our bounty hunter can also take the Deacon Scepter here. The nice benefit about this, by the way, we have bleed synergy between Baitovsky the dungeon chef, and the bounty hunter here with the molars. And we have marked synergy with Hardy here. On top of, he has heavy armor piercing versus Mark. And heavy crit. Hasn't come till the next game. Alright, Hardisus. You will of course be taking the Masamune. I would take this, but we can't debuff anything here. Honestly, you're decently accurate, right? Yeah, I would say so. So we'll leave you with base accuracy, and we can go with the Grimoire. Just so he can shred that. Honestly, it's not even a little bit more, it's a lot more. To be fair, I could give that to the Bounty Hunter, but Bounty Hunter has Crime Lord's Molars, which is so good in damage. For, honestly, very little lost on him. This is such a good Bounty Hunter. I wish I had known about the Manor missions counting for the Darkest Dungeon, what's it called? Debuff here, where they can't go in, because I would have sent different people in otherwise. But let's go hunt us a cannon. I would send the Cannoneer versus the Cannon, but, well, he's done his job. Let's take plenty of anti-venoms here. Plenty of herbs. We'll do 4 keys, because there are a decent amount of key checks here. We'll do about that much light, and some laudanums would probably be good. Same with some red seals. I was thinking about the holy waters, but I don't really need them.
Eager to end the tiresome domestic distraction, I instructed my newly formed militia of hardened bandits, brigands, and killers to go forth and do their work. Compliance and order were restored, and the noisome population
Also,
of the hamlet was
just like
culled to
Barnyard,
more
Baitovsky, I may
manageable
ask
numbers.
you a question later. I'm trying to get something prepared for the anniversary for me starting streaming, which is happening next month.
The smell of sulfur
and
gunpowder
part of that,
hangs in the air.
I
The
may
war machine
have
is
some
close.
questions for you. I'm trying not to spoil the surprise. But, for what it will be. But I would like, look, you got in here a second. I can't ask you if you're not in here. Well, I could, but, you know. Alright, let's go ahead and get rid of this Blighted Shrew.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Fine, I won't ruin it much. Let's go ahead and have Hardisus take out the slime.
Obliterated.
The other nice thing about this team, other than our chef here, perfect. Hardisus can immediately act again. Other than our chef here not being able to attack from position 3, he's perfectly fine here. So let's go ahead and give out some tasty snacks above everyone's healing up initially. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Hardisus can move himself back. Well, the bounty hunter's just a little excited, alright? If you notice, his eyes actually slightly dilate whenever you get into combat. That's
That's a great little detail. All the base cast has a googly eye skin as an option. It was a whole skin pack for all of them.
About to break.
And I liked so many of them. I need to take out the team of Derp. Well, I know Derpy's not exactly the best, but like the googly-eyed Crusaders over there. I've got some Crusaders I've been saving up just for a joke run.
These nightmarish
Of going
creatures
through a
can be
crusade in the
felled.
ruins.
They can be beaten.
But I just haven't found a good chance to send them out. I need to, because I think Crusader has the best ones. Yes, it will be a Holy Lands party, but you'll see what I mean when I'll do that next, because I do want to get Renaud trained up anyways. Alright. Artisus is going to go ahead and set up his riposte here. Renaud does live. I try to keep those two alive if no one else.
The end approaches.
Nice!
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
So you would have actually been able to full clear the Darkest Dungeon and all bosses. Or wait, no, there's... In Blood Moon, it's... Or not Blood Moon, in Stygian, it's... What? Funny enough, I've actually done a Blood Moon run. Yeah, it's 80. Because you get 20 weeks to deal with the Crimson Court. I couldn't quite remember at first, but you're right. It's, I believe, 80 weeks. Let's go ahead and do this. I should have done that a little bit sooner, but... Oh, 85, okay. So you get 15 weeks to deal with the Crimson Court. Let's go and chop this one up. Support and damage dealer. Because you'll notice, we'll kind of use this fight as an example here. We want to keep him marked for this. He will be, so let's go ahead and speed ourselves up. Yeah, we'll do this. Make it a little safer to do. Plus, this does give me an opportunity to stress heal. So that's a setup move. And we'll do this real quick just so we can get the move off. Go ahead and remove some prot. And the move calls down a bombardment. It doesn't have the best animation for that, but it has a stun. And it counts at... it counts as a free action. You basically set up one turn. It can only hit marked enemies. I will say that. Yeah, he's got a cursed blade. It requests blood every now and then. Alright, the bounty hunter can go ahead and collect this bounty. Oh. Well, I guess it's up to Artisus here.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
That's still not a bad attempt for your first ever play, like full playthrough. That's actually really good in all honesty. Because one thing I'll point out, when you're in Stygian, you would have that little bit of, I need to get this done. Yeah, exactly. So, you would actually probably pick up the pace a little bit when it got to that point, and may have saved some time there. So, realistically, that probably would have been clear even on Stygian. barring some unforeseen circumstances. Yeah, that's actually what I had to do for the Blood Moon run. I had to say screw the courtyard and leave it with the Viscount and the Countess when I had done it. So I wasn't able to do a full clear, but that was because I had a few too many deaths and I didn't want to risk it. On top of time constraints.
Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent.
The number is immeasurable.
Acrus asked me, how many Skaven does it take to complete a Blood Moon Stygian Darkest Dungeon run? Oh, a Skaven-themed Darkest Dungeon run, you say? Well, let's see. Given their penchant for cowardice and backstabbing, you'd probably need a small army of the little buggers just to make it to the first hallway. But assuming you've got a particularly brave or incredibly stupid batch of Skaven, you might make do with 4. Just don't expect any of them to survive. Mind you, Skaven aren't known for their longevity.
Fair points. Also, that's a lot of coffins. The question is, what's in them here? Other than us in a moment. I need to go... I will say, if you have it on, PlayStation, be careful. There are some game-breaking bugs that can ruin the run on console. It's a great game. It's an older game, and all the corpses have things in them. Okay, Hardy, please banish one of them. That's a first, though. Normally the coffins don't end up having anything. The fact they've got so much in them.
Gnawing uncertainty. The birthplace of dread.
Okay. But yeah, as I was saying with the... Sorry, I was like trying to think of what I was planning out the moves here. And just kind of in shock at that we got 4 coffins full of zombies. Or, not 4, 3. Artist, let's go ahead and finish this.
Perched at the very precipice of
That is
oblivion.
very unfortunate. Let's go ahead and do this. We will also go ahead and do Stranglethorn here.
A devastating blow.
And the Dungeon Chef is going to give a big heal to Hardy. Oh, I say big heal.
Time to perform beyond one's limits.
A decent heal. I tried doing a run recently, and the issue I ran into was I like the Skaven faction, so I picked that. And ended up running into a bug, basically, in one of the missions that made me have to reset, or, like, basically abandon the run. And it ended up costing me the whole warband. So just a quick warning, if you have a feeling, or like if it crashes in the mission, that can happen. It's specifically on gather object missions, I believe. Let's go to move you forward. So Hard Assist can take out the Virago here. This is actually kind of really scary for a mission, by the way, with what we've got here. Actually, let's set up Hardis's riposte here. Yeah. I ended up having to basically just abandon the run there because of that. Because it was like... I was what? Most of the way through
Festering fear
Act,
consumes the
I
mind.
want to say it was the Chaos Demon. If you've played through the Skaven campaign, it was the Chaos Library mission. We have to take all the grimoires. Fair. Let's go ahead and have Hardisus take out a good portion of that one's health. Well, basically that mission is nothing but the Chaos Demons that you would encounter in hard mode. I believe they're slightly nerfed down.
Now the true
but
test. Hold fast or expire.
it's a lot. Paranoid. Oh, come on, Hardy. You're not dead yet. Yeah, Mordheim's an excellent game, though. I'm saying that to warn people like who want to start it, maybe, of some of the issues, at least on console, that can pop up. Let's see, 3 damage. Let's go for a stun here. You're immune to stuns. Let's do a pull forward then. Okay. Artists, take this one out. I'll get you off
Continue
that
the
store.
onslaught. Destroy them all.
Oh yeah, I've got tons of hours in the game. I played it a ton. I do love the game. I just know it's not exactly the most stable of games all the time.
The abyss
That's unfortunate here. I
returns
should have had
even the boldest gaze.
all that stress.
A hand
It's unfortunate
from
he
becoming
went-
unwound.
What's it called? Necromunda is. I've actually played that too, both on and off stream. It's fun though. It's got some really good things about it and some really iffy.
Injury and despondence
Yeah, the multiplayer.
set the stage for
I wouldn't do the
heroism
multiplayer personally, but that's
or
just me.
cowardice.
We can't kill here if we do this. Let's instead take a flowing cuts on the Virago. Cool. Been very unlucky with those dodges. And this is part of the reason why Champ wield feels very different, by the way, from a normal wield. Is this enemy right back here. Did you encounter the Virago much? I know you encountered it once. In the wield, Baitovsky. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh,
Teetering on the
his accuracy
brink,
is just not up to
facing
snuff
the
here.
abyss.
Okay, our bounty hunter dodged. Perfect. That's so much horror. Let's go ahead and remove some of that. We're still gonna get everyone off that store. This is recoverable, by the way. Artisus being not virtuous is kind of bad, but can be fixed. Or at least survived, I should say. Let's go ahead and do this. Prep for a dash forward, since these things have armor. Let's go ahead and rally the troops here. The damage bonus. Yeah, we won't kill that, so let's go for the hit on this one. You don't have much horde just yet, so we'll save the laudanums. Could have just...
More dust, more ashes,
I should have just left
more
it.
disappointment.
I shouldn't have tested it. Rip the bounty hunter. At least he served his purpose. He's at least been to the dungeon. He did us good after we rescued him from the court. Yeah, his own a want for death there kind of sealed his fate. Problem is, I don't want to really attack. These things are actually quite dangerous, a lot more than I thought. Let's go ahead and do this. I'll put his dodge up. We can do another buff here for the damage, maybe. I kind of don't want to attack him until I can get you healed up, Baitovsky. So let's do this. We've got a good amount of bonus healing, so we'll do that. Good. Dodge and grasp of the dead. And good, the riposte is worn out. Ooh.
Impressive.
Taking a lot longer in this battle too than what I would like. To be fair. Let's go ahead and get the balloon again while we're there. Try and get this one to around 50%. Oh, you got the runs there, Baitovsky. Alright, Hardy can finish this one off, then it's low. The crit here. I don't know, that's what it says right there. You got places to be. Alright. And let's do that. At least I'll be coming out with a little bit of money to help pay off the supplies here. There's the heart attack.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Well, hate to do it, but we gotta run. We'll take this to sell. True.
A spark without kindling.
But we never did say that, so what? Why you gotta bring it up there? Got something to say? Alright, let's go ahead and do this for Hardy. He refused the affliction heal. I can't say I'm surprised. Let's go ahead and get him away from... We'll take that and give that to him just in case we get ambushed here. Blow the whistle, because we don't have our ambush prevention good.
A blazing star
Okay.
is born.
This was a risky party, by the way, because I have no real
Tests the metal,
good guard,
heart, brain, and body.
other than on our healer. And I had no stress healing. Nancy's gonna have to be replaced. You know, it's a good thing I'm planning on wrapping this up today. One moment. While this is loading back up, by the way, I'm gonna run a quick ad because it takes about 3 minutes, so this will re-disable pre-rolls for people. So we'll be right back in just a moment.
Ruin has come to our family.
About the best time we'll get for this.
You remember our venerable house? Opulent and imperial, gazing proudly from its stoic perch above the
All right.
moor.
All right. See you in a second, Acris, or in a little bit. I probably need to be more careful with the moss immune. Thinking about it. Oh, also, um, before I start forgetting to call events. Let's
In
see.
time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
And you know what? I'll call that, because that was actually rather close with the characters. Take the salamander here. Alright. Yeah, I do need to be more careful with the moss immune. Because the stress it gives Artisus upon like using it can be quite hard to deal with. Chef can have a drink with him. And Baitovsky, you can go meditate. And next time we'll put the dungeon chef, if I remember, into the stress healing. To finish that up. Let's see. Do I have the team ready already? Let's see. We're bringing in the Bulwark. We're bringing in Acris, or Flagellant. Who are we also bringing in for this dungeon? That's 2 healers. The Bulwark has a small amount of healing. Who do I want to level up for this? I think do we level up Forlorn? Because he would give some extra bleed synergy. Nah, we go in. I know what we do. Let's see if this actually works with team comp. We'll go ahead and send the whole team in. We'll send in our leper. Send in the Flagellant to... Yeah, that doesn't matter on him. We will get some money back from this. I can also sell some trinkets if need be. Let's go ahead and sell a few of those, actually. I'll be able to get that back if I sell it. Let's go ahead and sell the hare's foot. Well, we did just lose a bounty hunter. Let's go ahead and sell the head. Sell Barristan's head. That's a decent amount of money. That'll give me enough to use here. Actually, the Bulwark... I guess we won't bring in the Leper because the Bulwark wants his position. So we'll do that, I think. We'll send in Acris. And 4th position, we have 2 options, really. Actually, you know what? I wonder if we do this.
Could be useful. Though really, I should actually send him in Darkest Dungeon 3. But yeah, we'll send Solaire in. When in doubt, send in the heaviest squad you can. Alright. Place your bets. One moment. Alright. Ooh. Let's see here. This place has been quite troubling, honestly, for me. Let's see. We actually have 4 torches here. So we just need to survive. This disables Revelation from being a threat. Let's go ahead and take... I have 2 options for the flagellant here. Really. Yeah, we'll go ahead and take it. We'll take that. Let's see. We want accuracy and probably Proton U Acris. That'll shave off a few points of damage. But at the same time, thinking about it, we would much rather take Solaire's head on you. For the damage reflect. Solaire can take the Sunseeker's Talisman. Let's see. Our bulwark here. Got a couple options. Alright. See you in a bit, Baitovsky. If not, well, have a good night. And take it easy. I think... Yeah, we'll go with just the Deacon Scepter here for the guard pen. Alright. I need to upgrade our flagellant here. Alright, everyone's good to go. Let's also check the guild here. There we go. Yeah, we'll level up Blinding Glare. Just a little. Let's go ahead and level up our Bleeds and Stress Heal. And I'm gonna want Redeem here. So we'll go ahead and take that. Let's see. Yeah, and we'll sell some extra trinkets.
Go ahead and sell Duncan's head. I'm not going to use that. Sell the Wretch's totem here. We'll sell the Wasabi. And that's a decent amount of money. Keep Yurson's head just in case. Sell the fortifying garlic. And we can sell the runaway's gloves here. That'll be good. We'll also go ahead and buff this up real quick for the less stress taken buff. This should be good. Darkest Dungeon 2. You're not claiming another team this time. Let's go to make sure everyone's got their skills. Alright. That's good. And the bulwark is good. Ooh. This will also give us some extra passive healing through the Ember Flasks here. We need all the anti-venoms. Take a normal amount of bandages. Normal amount of herbs. And just some torches, I guess. We won't have room for the laudanums here. Because we're getting holy waters for free and the flask.
The thing has no name.
There we go.
For it needs no language. Nevertheless, those who would submit to its word this will are rewarded in a fashion. The creature's blessings are as repulsive as they are robust. Twisted, half-human monstrosities stalk the flesh-ridden halls, protecting their gestating god.
And let's go claim that thing's head. The heads of the guardians who protect it. Alright. Like always, the
Madness
first
made
room
flesh.
will be over
It
this side
crawls
here.
steadily upward from the pit, supported by the lattice of cyclopean pillars.
Alright, we don't care about the guy in the back here. Let's go ahead and deal with the priests here. That's unfortunate that the bleed didn't stick first. Would have liked the extra damage. We do have guard pen on the bulwark. Go ahead and start letting Solaire deal with that one. I would rage out here, but that's going to cause some extra stress we can't really afford right now. The bulwark's going to give a good old smack to this one. I want to get rid of the stuns
Such a
first.
terrible assault
This
cannot
point.
be left unanswered.
We'll just have to take the death slashes here. And we'll use this guy to give me access to guarantee our hits. Go ahead and deal with this.
As the
with
fiend
Flagellant.
falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Alright, that's a lot of stress already, but it's manageable at least. Let's go ahead and we will guard our bulwark with Actress here. That way we get the damage reflect online. That'll help a little bit. We don't want to kill him, so we'll do that. Guard 10 right here, and we get a crit kill. Perfect. And good, he just goes for the normal heal, so we can kill this guy quickly. We'll exsanguinate right here. Ooh. Good crit heal. Was hoping for the bleed, but hey, I'll take it.
Confidence surges.
The Lair
as
can
the
pick up
enemy
the kill there
crumbles.
with the crit. Alright. Let's go ahead and do this. It'll give a bleed here. The reason we're doing this is for the extra chances to heal. Alright, we want to get some of the stress off of him. That's partially why we buffed him there. Problem is, I don't have any stalling moves for this team. Thinking about it. So we'll just take a small heal and hope for the best here. Because, like, this is gonna kill. That's fine, I guess.
Annihilated.
We can heal him up. Let's see. You have to... Oh, you can actually function in position 3 for the most part. You know what? Thinking about it then. These two in the front. They get to lead the charge in. And actually, I should swap the flagellant to the very front. That way, Acris, if we have the full work here, Rage Out, he can still attack from position 3 and do most of his stuff. The reason we want him right here is he can still heal from that position with his Restore. Let's go ahead and try and get rid of the Priest here if we can. Actually, the Bulwark will pick up the kill if he goes first, so let's get some damage here.
And power.
We get bonus damage to position 1. Yeah. Bulwark can pick up that kill between the bleed and his own damage. There's stun on Acris. So I guess that does move him forward, so... Yeah, that's fine. We can't use Intercession, but we can still heal through this method as well. Where he gets back up to full health. If we can bleed the stone. Not very likely. There. Get a small bit of healing in right there. They heal up the statue or the malignant growth, but that's fine.
Confusion.
Yes, the Bulwark does need to be in the front then, so this is just gonna have to be the Incom positioning. It's not the best,
onslaught. Destroy.
but it'll work. Vlad's just gonna still take some of that stress. Acris. Go ahead and praise the sun here. He's just gonna heal himself here. Start smiting that one too.
Obliterated.
Great crit. He does have really high crit due to works here, I believe, right? Yeah,
Remind
clutch hitter.
yourself that overconfidence is a slow and
So
insidious
it's just clutch
killer.
hitter. He has base of 7 and he just has decent crit with his moves. We're gonna camp in here. Let's make sure we've got our buffs. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that one anyways. This is a religious team, so there is some extra synergy here. It's a bit of both. We have both while doing this. Actually, we don't need that, so we'll do that. It's a layer here. Best offense is never letting them move to begin with, but, well, don't have the best chance for that. So we just have to go with the next best thing. Let's see. You don't have mortality debuffs, so this is worthless. Plus, I don't want the extra stress from the horror. Alright.
A spark without kindling is a goal without hope.
Let's see. We can give damage to the bulwark. We can do rekindle here. I'm going to want... let's see. This would be good. Let's go ahead and do Force Grace. It's a good general stress heal for very cheap. Flagelant's fine with his stress. If he gets stressed out, it's not too bad. We still have another camp as well. So let's go ahead and do this. He can also get around... Ignore the ominous laughter. He can get around guard pretty easily. We'll do the Light's Protection. We'll do Jolly Cooperation. And we'll take 2 flasks. Alright.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
We'll use one of the flasks on the Flagellant before we head in, so he has a restoration going in. Because he actually has, I believe, he has the lowest health out of everyone here. Everyone else has basically the exact same, around 50, and he's just a little bit lower. And we'll go in with some holy waters on these two. Because they're going to be taking the brunt of the damage here. Oh. These things. Alright, please for me. Go ahead and do this. Raise the sun. Get that nice buff. That'll reduce the stress further. That we're gonna get. It won't reduce revelation because there is a cap on how much you can reduce stress. And we are already at the cap. But it will reduce any stress from random crits that we get along the way. Let's go ahead and set the skill on Acris here. We immediately get a use out of it. And the bulwark's just gonna immediately rampage. Tear these things apart. There. Just in volume for myself. Because I love this soundtrack. I want to hear it. Another bleed, perfect. So this one is just about dead. This team has a lot more damage going in. Let's go ahead and guard him. Just for the group heal and to protect him preemptively. Acris with dodge. Doomsday. I'm happy he's not using that one.
Prodigious size
And now
alone
he's
does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Well, next turn. That corpse is going to disappear, so let's go ahead and do Rain of Sorrows here. Solaire will take care of the corpse. Revelation. Let's go ahead and continue the guard here. The nice benefit is because that light's on it, we're going to constantly be getting a group heal out of it.
Dazed, reeling.
And that's why we wanted the stress debuff. Or like, stress resist buff. We'll go ahead and do this. Carry into this one. Use validate here. Back up to full.
Masterfully
Solaire.
executed.
And it's almost dead. Oh.
A victory.
And the bulwark
Perhaps
secures
the
the
turning point. Seize this momentum. Push on to the
Alright.
task's end.
We're fine with Acris being around half health. He can get himself right back up. This is the hardest, darkest dungeon, by the way, period. This is the one that will always give you the most trouble. And it's because of how it's set up. The fact you have to have... those guardians do not use Revelation in other dungeons. But the fact you're down a trinket slot, so you have to either give up damage or accuracy. I'm kind of choosing to do a little bit of both in some ways. But also, normally, you would have 3 torches. So you need someone with guard. You need to be able to guard that person quickly. That's where the issue the second time came up, is our guarder was not quick enough. Well, actually both times thinking about it, because the tanker couldn't charge quick enough. And it's very high damage on top of that. And very high stress. So this is generally regarded as the hardest dungeon. So as long as we get through this, it should be smooth sailing from there. Fine, even with that devastating critic. But yeah, this is normally like the failure point for, like, I would say Blood Moon. Generally, if you can get past this one, you're sitting pretty well. But before that, it can be a little iffy. Just because of, like, if they hard target you, there's not much you can do about it. We have a chance to kill here. Even if we don't next turn, we can. Or they're gonna... Yeah, they'll waste time healing him. Luckily, we move first for him. Fladge can pick up the kill. Acris is taking a good bit of stress. Fladge will take some of that from him. Though not as much as I would like, because he's going to go Rapturous now.
The bulwarks of the mind have fallen.
Been a while since we've seen that. Please quit. Go ahead and validate or redeem here.
Give them no quarter.
Amazing crit heal. That's exactly what we needed in that moment. Just about killed. We can actually use Blinding Glare. Not quite. It was close. We were, what, 1 damage off? Yeah. Unfortunate. Let's go ahead and take some of the stress here. Even though he's already stressed out, he is actually safer than most characters when he's afflicted. Just because he's flagellant, and he has ways to get himself back up to basically full health from Death's Door. Let's go ahead and do Praise the Sun here. That way, their affliction removal will be a little bit more efficient. Go ahead and guard him. Bulwark here can take a smack. Still just slightly off. Solaire, well, now we need the Bulwark to move first. And I don't think they will here. Yeah, that lowered the stress we're taking off, or taking for the Flagellant just a little bit more. Let's go ahead and do this just to not be counted as stalling, plus he can't really do much otherwise. That does kill him. Ah, just barely. Okay, well, this does it.
Their formation
Shine the light on him.
Maintain.
And we're gonna heal up right here. We'll take a bleed here to make that go a little quicker. We want Acris fully de-stressed because he can guard. When we camp next, we'll be doing full stress healing on the Flagellant, by the way. Flesh. Doing on his own arm. What is guard here? Just because it's a good heal for himself. Go ahead and clear this, just to make it easier to target them and to kill them when we want to. Let's see. 31 stress is probably fine. Let's just go for the kill. Because I don't have a true stress healer to get rid of all of that. So we are gonna have to leave just a little bit. Get our group heal right there for getting him to full health. Got a good amount of bandages. Let's go ahead and heal up Solaire. And we'll cure that. And there we go.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Yeah, he has negative healing received. That's from this move right here. That's part of the reason why we brought Acris and why I gave him a accuracy talisman. Or not talisman, trinket. Alright. Let's head up this way. Actually, I do want to go the other way. We'll backtrack here, even though it's going to probably give me a little bit of stress. Simply because there is an Ancestor's Trinket on the right. And if I have the resources to do so, I mean, grabbing it wouldn't be the worst. There we go. Got the bleed the first time. This thing loves to guard. Also, it's nice we got the bleed on the first position.
To a killing blow.
33 stress.
The will to fight.
Alright. I could potentially kill this one, but let's just take a guarantee. He's now dead. That way we can also apply this.
A time to
reduce that
perform
stress
beyond
further.
one's limits.
We're gonna speed up Flagellant. He's gonna take some of that stress. Good crit heal. We're going to be guarding Flagellant in most of the encounters with Templars, by the way.
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Let's go ahead and hit this one. Get rid of that. Take smack. And let's actually go ahead and do this. This will apply the speed buff again, and that's the whole reason I'm doing this here. Alright. You're gonna have to take a little bit more of that stress. I'm hoping we move him quicker, or the bulwark quicker, than the priest here. Unfortunately not. Luckily no crits, so that's minimal stress gain, even with that spark. And there we go. That's the main threat dealt with. Go ahead and just set this up. He's gonna validate here. Great double crit. That helps with the stress a little bit more. Though we just got it right back. And then some. But I think we're good. Oh.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
I'm probably gonna have to stress heal right after this Templar fight. Actually, if we get a fight right here, I'm doing it right before, but to get buffs active. That just in case. Yeah. So we'll do it right here, before it. But this is not a super worrying fight, luckily. Try and bleed the stone. And to break it at the same time. Phase mine. The stun on the flagellant's fine. Good dodge, Acris. You're holding through for us. Let's actually go ahead and debuff their accuracy if we can. I could injure this one, but let's take the kill first. Since our flagellant's stunned. Just so it doesn't move. I probably should target the one in position 3 next, even though we do reduce damage to it. Just because we know it has a stress move. What we'll do is we'll rage out so we can toss a brick at it. Good stun. Also further debuff right here. Well, that gives Solaire bonus damage at least. Mineral damage. Daze back on him. That's a lot of stress. Yeah, we're gonna camp right here anyways, though, so it's fine. Go and tear the stone down. Unfortunate. Luckily, Acris can pick up the kill.
Devastating blow.
With a crit, no less. Let's go ahead and set up the guard right here. Weaken the stone. Fight isn't lively enough, apparently. Trying to think of how I'd like to guard right here. Get the most healing. Let's do this. He'll validate here. Because this allows him to move first. And we can claim this one.
These nightmarish creatures can be
Alright.
felled. They can be beaten. Huddled together, furtive and vulnerable.
First things first.
Rats in a maze.
Lash's Solace. Then we will do Forced Grace. It's at least half stress. Don't want to add any more to him. Let's see, we can do Rekindle and what else?
A momentary abatement.
He gave up on it. I guess we should do this. Self-sacrifice will give just a little bit more stress healing to him, but it's not quite worth it. I think instead we will do Pep Talk to him for the stress taken debuff. And we'll do Light's Protection here. And get another blast.
The light, the promise of safety.
Alright. Let's see. Let's do Suffer here. Take Suffer. Oh, hey, spamming the can. Thank you for the follow. Glad you're enjoying. Means a lot. Let's go. Let me real quick, before I forget, go ahead and pull up that preview so I can make sure alerts are going off properly. I had to reset OBS recently with an update, so hey Spam, welcome in. Doing well. We're doing Darkest Dungeon 2. I've had one group wipe, and one failed attempt where 2 died. So far, due partially to luck, partially to me misplaying and not realizing with the characters. But this run seems like it's going well. But otherwise, been doing quite well. How have you been? Go and pop that on him. But yeah, this is an easy fight, right? So I did get the hard one out of the way first. Okay, we need to get rid of these hounds first. I forgot that this isn't all Templars all the time. Let's go ahead and apply the stress buff here. The Flagellant's hard carrying like the group stress on his back here. Let's go ahead and give this one a smack.
Ringing ears.
We get a smack in return.
The end approaches.
Acros can go ahead and guard him. It definitely does. To be fair, Binding of Isaac also has some very heavy, what's it called? Like, Eldritch Horror kind of vibes and body horror as a whole. Let's go ahead and just move the Flagellant up here. I was thinking about using Suffer to further reduce his stress taken, but he's probably fine and we need to start getting some damage in. How much is there in it now? I know I haven't really seen much on Binding of Isaac since what, the second expansion? I forget what its name is. Has it gotten just more over time, even over what they already had? Huh. Let's go ahead and take out this pup. Not quite enough damage, so we'll have to finish it up here. Solaire with the crit, the kill. Yes, Flagellant is a bit of a self-harm character, in a sense. He's self-sacrificing to the extreme.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
Alright, let's do this. And we guard the Flagellant here. Bulwark can tank it now. But yes, very much so, in fact. Let's go ahead and do this with Solaire. Solaire has barely any stress, so he can take a lot of it here. Let's continue the guard on the Flagellant. He currently has an affliction, but his whole kit revolves around blood. He was a character added with Crimson Court, and he is basically a... It's hard to describe him, because he's a character who wants to be around Death's Door. He wants to also have a lot of stress. He has a unique affliction here called Rapturous. It acts, for the most part, like normal afflictions, except he's always guaranteed to get it. He cannot go virtuous whatsoever. The other thing, he actually gets a buff during Rapturous. He gets a damage buff. Let's go ahead and give Acris here a flask, and we'll head on down the final area. But here, I'll show his kit off real quick. We have Punish. Decent damage. It does 7 at 14 because it has no damage modifiers, and 6 bleed, and it debuffs bleed res. It also hits the front 2 positions. Rain of Sorrows has a damage debuff, but it hits both of the back positions with a 5 damage bleed, also with a debuff. If he gets below 40% health, he can use the move Exsanguinate, which heals him 50% of his health. It reduces his healing done and healing received, and debuffs his speed, but it also carries a 9 damage bleed. He also has Reclaim, which he bleeds himself to put restoration on someone. He has Validate, which is essentially a safer version of Redeem. You can use this to heal a teammate. And he heals 50% of his own health. Same debuffs, basically, as Exsanguinate. But he heals 43% of someone else's health. He has Endure. He takes the stress off of someone else and throws it on himself. At a reduced... Like, it has greater efficiency, so you can still stress heal some. And then you have Suffer, where he transfers a target's bleed and blight to himself, reduces his stress taken, increases his death resistance, or death blow resistance, and clears mark from whoever you use it on. He's essentially a self-sacrificing support slash damage dealer slash tank in a sense. He has a lower health threshold, but he does 2 extra things. When he hits Death's Door, he heals the whole party, except for himself. And if he dies, he applies a massive heal to everyone else and stuns the enemy team. He used to actually be stronger too, if you can believe it. That's his nerfed state. Some extra little characteristics. He can only flagellate in towns, distress heal. Not the biggest deal. But you can only bring one of them into a dungeon at a time. He has a whole lot of trade-offs for what he does, but he does it extremely well.
This is how a life is taken.
Let's go to do this to heal him. Heal Acris up here. Our bulwark here will smack this one. I love this background, by the way, that we've got right here. The the first two Darkest Dungeons have such great design. The second one's good too, but I mean it's very clearly body horror with it, which makes sense. I mean it's the whole theme with it. But let's go ahead and do this. Even though it does nothing, we can't hit this guy with him. And the main reason for that is the reduced stress. To guarantee he's not getting stressed out before this final fight. Do another smack here. Alright. Let's go ahead and speed him up. He's going to use Validate here. Yes, and that's actually what he's based off of. At least the tradition of whipping them oneself. That is literally flagellation. It's normally used as a penance for perceived sins, and it's meant to be a way to repent in more like a very extreme case. It's not obviously not common at all, but he is directly based off of that like tradition and concept.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
There we go.
Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
And funny enough, in DD2, they actually expand upon his lore a little bit too. If you've seen a bit of DD2, the flagellant here is the Exanimate. They're the same character. Yeah. The googly eyes really are great for him. You won't get to see the rap or like the affliction one, but it does have something funny with it. By the way, if you notice, he's always looking back at his companions behind him when he's walking. Or no, it's when he stops. He's always like checking to make sure they're actually following. Or, you know, checking to make sure they don't stab him in the back. But it's absolutely amazing. Honestly, the googly eye, if you ever play this game and you're on PC, the googly eye mod, it's good. It's probably my favorite skin pack so far just because of how goofy it is. I have. I've actually played that. I've played quite a few of them, actually, think about it. I wouldn't quite say so. Tira, that was the wheel blade user, right? Or the discus kind of look, the weapon, if I'm remembering correctly. It's been a long time since I've played it. But yeah, he doesn't quite act like that, I would say. Because he's not like a split person. He doesn't have like split personality or like that kind of deal with him. It's more he's just a very enthusiastic religious zealot. Funny enough, there's actually a parallel character him that is a boss that shares some design similarities to him, called the Fanatic, who is considered one of the hardest bosses in this game, right up there with the Countess. Yeah, well, Close enough, right? Actually, I'm going to stay in this fight for just a short amount of time. So we're going to do this. Because I want Flagellant to get the Validate off on both of them. Yeah. Also, this is funny. Normally, you can't guard a character who's already guarding. But apparently, the guards we have here are working like that.
Claim their due.
Between these two characters. Let's validate here. But yeah. Oh. Slight bit of stress there. Okay.
This expedition at least promises success.
There we go. Now, let's get the light up.
Is lit. The path is clear.
We've got
We require
probably
only
2
the
more
strength
fights,
to follow it.
at least, before we're done. Aw. You know, it's always sad to hear when, like, animals like that have that happen. Yeah, but... Yeah, he's in the... Or he was in the chat earlier, actually. But yeah, it's always sad to hear that. A couple years back, we actually ended up having a barn owl show up on our doorstep. And we were able to take it to it like an animal rescue. Sadly, it was already too injured. But it's always unfortunate when that happens. The valve is perfect. I wonder if he always goes virtuous. Because we've had him... I think we've had him go afflicted, so that's very lucky here. He immediately sent himself out of the mode. That's unfortunate. But... we'll go ahead and speed up the Flagellant here. That will allow them to move first, and... either they can validate or they can exsanguinate here, and they'll probably validate. Alright. But yeah, I've actually raided Dim a few times, and we hang out in each other's chat sometimes. Yeah, I actually went to the zoo in my area recently, and other than the birds that they had in like enclosed areas, they actually had most of their birds like out of the area too because of that. So I'd believe if that was the cause of it. Let's go ahead and guard him just in case. Go ahead and smack this one. How... do you know how old the owl was at all? Because it could even be like this, if it did catch it. Not even from it itself, but... Hey, Pillow, it's not... well, this will... we will be going to the Ancestor here, but it's not quite at the final part here. We're finishing up the... Darkest Dungeon 2. I've got a very tanky team this time to try and prevent some of the issues we've been having. That's... I wouldn't say that's particularly old for a bird, but I know... they can be very varied on, like, how long they actually live. And hey, Pillow. Welcome in.
powerful blow.
Oh wait, spamming the can. If you want to...
Be wary.
Yes, I did.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
If you want to have a character named after you, feel free to just point out a character that doesn't have a name. Like, our Flagellant here doesn't have one. Same with the Bulwark. I have a channel point redeemed for it, but that's normally just in case, you know, I don't see it. So feel free to just pick a character. Flagelant's just about to have a heart attack here, so that's not great going in, and I took the long route. I forgot. Yeah, Pillow, I'm gonna be trying to finish this up today.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
Well then. Well, we were standing there for just a moment. Now these ones are standing here menacingly instead. This is the hardest of the dungeon. Honestly, after we get through this, it'll probably be smooth sailing with the teams I've got set up. This one's the hardest one to A, plan around, but also to actually get through. Yeah, you'll get to see the Flagellant healing everyone here. And he actually got a small heal there too. Interesting. I think he still had the speed, or the, It's been so long since I've seen that meme. Let's go to protect him first off, but, I think he still had the torch buff on him, and that's what did that. So that's actually an interesting interaction. Well, since he's the only one who's injured here, let's use Exsanguinate. And get blood from a stone. By the way, yeah, as Pillow showed off, we have a ton of little sound bites and videos in that you can see. She is doing well. She's been very cuddly.
Mortality clarified.
In fact, all of them have. Though, I will say they've been hyper in the mornings. Kiki is one of my 5 cats. We have a Discord link in the About section, by the way. I've got pictures of them posted there, if you want to see. But she's a little torty. But she's been doing fine, Pillow. But yeah, they were so playful this morning that one of them decided to use my foot as a springboard while I'm asleep. So
Diminished.
it's a little sore from that, but he's gonna have negative accuracy for a little bit longer. Finger here. That's very close to a heart attack with a bleed. That's dangerous for Acris. Come on, guys, you can pull through just a little bit more. Praise the sun here to get that stress debuff. I should have done that first. Ah, come on. Alright, let's do this. I need a bleed on him. Good buff. If I do smash, that won't do enough. So let's go for the brick toss. It definitely does. Not all of it's bad, but some of it is overboard, definitely. Ooh, that is so close to heart attack plus bleed there.
life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Validate, please. Thank you. He has a bleed on him. He got a bleed from the cultist here. And yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah, oh, yeah, sorry. The other thing that will cause them to go to death's door is if that stress fills out while they have health. Yeah, both are pretty bad in their own ways. I try and avoid both, honestly, at this point, for that very reason. Let's do this. I'll get him back up to full health. Finish off the priest here. Yeah. And part of it's like the... part of it's like everyone's trying to, like, maximize the appeal of the platform. This is an awful state to be in, by the way. I would have liked a little bit more time with that group to try and stagger these heart attacks, because these two together are going to both potentially kill each other when they go and have a heart attack here. But, like, it's the same thing that's happening with games, honestly, where it's like, yeah, this is the worst scenario you can be in. He's been whipping himself, and Acris here has been trying to take some of the blows for the flagellant, since he keeps jumping in the way. But as a whole, like, it's just been, like, they're trying to go for mass appeal, so they make it as, you know, safe as possible, which ends up backfiring in many ways. Alright, first things first. Start getting rid of both these pull-ups here. With the flagellant. Solaire is actually going to be guarding Acris here.
As the light gains purchase,
I want the flagellant to hit heart attack first.
And purpose is made clear.
It's a bit of both, really. The Dark Whip still has its own things, but it's... we go on some odd subjects every now and then. In some ways. Alright. We're gonna blitz down the Templar here. But, you know, funny enough, Twitch is actually, even with all the censorship, they're actually getting better about it, it feels like, in some ways. To where it's not as much. There's obviously still terms of service in that, but it's funny how, like, relatively free this still, or like Twitch still is compared to, like, even YouTube. It still obviously has the restrictions, but there has to be some line. Not exactly surprised. And yeah, there's a heart attack, by the way. And that's what happens when one hits, if you have health. If you are on death's door, when you get a heart attack, it is death. There is no chance, nothing. You just die. That's why we're trying to prevent it from happening to both at the same time. That can stress each other out. And that's not good. Because basically what will happen is one will hit heart attack, hit death's door. The other one will hit heart attack, and they can sometimes hit the same person again with enough stress to take them out. Take out this one here. That's why these enemies in particular do a ton of stress. It's why it's so dangerous here. That is perfect. And we have won.
Death by inches.
That's more this dungeon. This dungeon is essentially a stress test on how close to the wire can you take it if you don't bring a stress healer. And we didn't. Not a true one.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me.
Well, this one wants to take slightly longer. There we go. But Darkest Dungeon as a whole, it's testing your skills with different setups and different scenarios. Alright, and I don't have the stress to feel comfortable going back to the Ancestor's Trinket again. So we're out of here. But essentially, that one's testing how much can you toe the line and keep your party A, healed up, because this is a very high damage dungeon. It's also about how well you can keep your party guarded. And if you can kind of manage it in between. They definitely are. Also, by the way, for those on PC, there is a bingo game you can join, by the way. I forgot to mention that earlier. I run these bingo games for every stream. And it has little scenarios where, you know, if certain things happen, we check the bingo. It's just for fun, but... And, honestly, Ari should help me remember some stuff.
The maniacal cultists are quelled for a time, but there can be no
I saw that, and
celebration.
that's unfortunate.
Your
Though,
progress is measured only in progressive realization and dawning horror.
they probably
You
will,
are
to
in
be
the
honest.
shadow of the end.
And by the way, something else to note: when you complete the Darkest Dungeon, every one of your characters gets a free stress heal. But the characters who completed the Darkest Dungeon can never return. It's part of the reason why it's such a issue setting up multiple teams. In some cases. Let's see. We'll take this for later. You have not gone in yet. Oh, yeah, the games have diseases and quirks you can roll at the end. I don't know how much they've seen of the game, Pillow. That's actually really bad. Luckily, Solaire's done his job. Yeah, I believe I saw you in there when Baitovsky completed the heart. Which we're one step away from, actually. Our next dungeon is Darkest Dungeon 3. It is the longest dungeon in the game. Let me see if I can actually get you leveled up real quick, Pillow. Because we'll send you into Darkest Dungeon 3, because I think your character would actually function well there. And I do need at least one front line for it. There is a way to avoid. It is. By the way, feel free to pick a character. Just point out one that looks interesting. But we'll be doing one dungeon before we do that. Then we'll probably take a quick break just to stretch and get ready for the final segment. Well, not that education is bad. The game actually teaches you. Pay attention.
Pillowfoe asked me, "What is love, baby? Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more." Oh, what is love? It's like trying to figure out why on earth Volfoff Shulva thought a Skaven-themed run was a good idea. Just a mystery wrapped in confusion.
It's just,
but as for not getting hurt,
don't read
well, it's
the
like
occult
trying
writings,
to get
on the
Skaven
wall.
to work together without someone getting stabbed in the back. Nearly impossible, but worth a shot.
Just be mindful of what you start trying to read into, basically, is what it teaches more. But it's going... what that goes off of, by the way, that actually is a specific theme for... what's it called? Lovecraftian horror. Which this... or Eldritch horror, it's also known. Which is what this game is based off of, heavily. This game basically is all Eldritch horror. All the time. And it's a common theme in those... like, in those stories... where knowledge is dangerous in its own way. Lovecraftian Eldritch, it's both. Because there is some, like, or, like, some stuff that's not necessarily from Lovecraft that's also used for this. Yeah. Basically, the best way to look at it is knowledge comes at a price. Is what it kind of follows. Also, that's a good reference. This character is based off of Castlevania. I have read a few of them. I haven't read all of them, though. I will say that. Let's see. We don't have a super high blight chance, or bleed chance here, so... even though this is a bleed character, we'll be taking him to the cove. I am going to take... do we have any trinkets for bleed that would work for him? For bleed's chance. I guess I could use the same one we used on the flagellant here. Actually, you know what? Because I want to level him up. Can he deal with position 4, actually? He cannot, so he won't be going in. He's support currently. I do want the Grave Robber to go in, so he's going to take just offensive skills. Let's go down... there it is. Yeah. Essentially, if you've ever heard of Cthulhu, by the way, spam in a can, Lovecraft is, or Lovecraftian is like the mythos he comes from. And that's what this game is based around, is that the world of, like, Cthulhu, the King in Yellow. Many of those monsters and horrors. Let's go ahead and take this. That'll give us a mark here and some extra damage. What do I take? Yeah, we take that. That's probably the safer option. Yeah. Very commonly. We will also take... I have an option here. Hold on. Can you function in position 3? You can. You take that off. You throw this on for extra extra maneuverability. Alright, Pillow, you're good to go. And here we go. Time to head in. The long dungeon. We have no roaming bosses here. Oh, hold on. I need to take off... We'll take off Flash... Nah, we'll take off Throne... We'll take off Toxic Trickery, actually. And we'll take off Lunge. So we're not shuffling the party improperly. Let's see. She can be in position 4. And we can move her up to position 3 if needed. We'll still do this. That way we have access to everything still. Yes, actually, I did know that. Also, complete side note with it, is Lovecraft's fear of the unknown is partially influenced by his own prejudice. He was actually a very notorious bigot. And that's partially where his some of his, themes come from, actually, with the fear of the unknown. Doesn't, discredit his works, but just an interesting tidbit with him. We'll leave off the holy water. I should take the laudanums. We'll take 3. Yeah. I don't believe it was just anti-Semitic. But, yeah, he was a character. Let's just say that. But it's funny just how influential he actually, he was. Because, we still talk about him even now and how much his writings were actually great works.
They must be flushed out.
Even if he wasn't the best of character. He's still remembered, because of that alone, if anything. Yeah. That's a good rule of thumb with him. Alright. We could actually do this as well. We'd be getting barely any damage here. True. And that's probably a huge part of it with him. But it's also, how unique his works were, I would say. But enough about that, for now at least. With the, at least that discussion about Lovecraft. Just because it can kind of toe the line in some ways with what's, people are normally comfortable with. Even though we're playing a game influenced heavily by them, but still. Just in case. Or for those who don't know the subject and feel a little out of it. At least for now. Actually, flashing daggers here kills both, potentially.
Well struck.
Because if we crit the fishman, it killed. We can't entangle here, but that's fine. Let's do whiplash on this one. Yeah. It definitely is. Go ahead and deal with the fishman.
Give them no quarter.
And there we go. But it's funny, I will say, it's funny just how far the influence, like, of Lovecraft works. I know I said we wouldn't, like, go in depth with it, but I would like to point out, even some stuff like sci-fi is influenced by him, which is kind of insane to think about. Like,
the match is
because a good example of that is The Thing. I'm pretty sure is directly influenced by his works. With how the creature itself is designed, on top of some of the overarching themes during it.
A decisive pummeling.
Sorry, that just came to mind as well, and I thought it was an interesting thing to bring up. I know I just said we'd show it, but like I said, I thought it was interesting, and some people might want to know that.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Really?
Continue the onslaught. Destroy.
It definitely
them
is.
all.
I mean, I would consider it interesting just because of that fact alone. It's always funny with that, where, like, something will be hated when it's initially released, and then, like, when people have time to sit there and process what it is, and actually take a step back and, you know, consider its merits, people normally come around to at least finding it to be interesting or bring up some good points. Even if it's not, you know, the best of works itself. Alright, let's go ahead and deal with the shaman here.
Falls, a faint hope blossoms.
And face.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Yeah. We will actually not activate that. We don't have the inventory space currently, so we'll get that on the way back. We have to do 100% of room battles, so we're clearing the short side first, so there's less backtracking. Let's go ahead and do this. We'll do flashing daggers. It does decent damage to both roots. We can also, it also lowers bleed res, so we can actually get, say, this kill right here. Do weakening curse. Oh, how did the start go?
The slow death.
Alright, so that one bleeds out.
Unforgiving.
Luckily he'll heal up. Luckily our cultist is normally really good at doing that. Don't completely trust him, but he's normally got your back. What do you think his forge is? True.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Hey, that's always the best way of doing it. rule of cool is a good rule of thumb for tabletop. And it's normally how the best DMs handle stuff. Rules as written is normally fine,
but a victory.
But it's more of a suggestion than the hard fact. We'll take the sapphire over the onyx here. All right. All right, so there is a battle down here. We'll actually camp after this fight. It's rated an enemy. By the way, for those confused about some of these enemies, some of these are from mods I've added. I have enemy mods as well as character mods. So you may see some interesting or new things here.
Another one falls.
It's great you have armor piercing here. Then try and finish this one off. Dodge the shocker. We're doing great on stress, I say, as we get crit. Go ahead and heal up the grave robber from that crit. Unfortunate dodge there. Luckily, the grave robber can pick up the kill. Go ahead and repair the bleed too.
Decimated.
Sure.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Alright. Leave all the loot. The other reason to leave loot, by the way, on tiles, is so that when you travel back to a room, you cannot get a hunger check on a tile
Gathered close
with
in
a
tenuous
curio.
firelight.
It has to be a completely empty tile.
Companionship.
Let's see. Did anyone have diseases? Maybe not necessarily slowed aging, but definitely like regeneration. So I guess in a sense it would. I would say. I wouldn't say it'd like be the most, but I guess it makes sense to have at least some extended life from that. Let's see. Go ahead and take the damage against Eldritch crit. We can actually also do Horrible Night here into Gwent with him, and that'll be a full stress heal.
Darkness closes in,
They're upon us,
haunting the hearts of men.
ambushing us in the dark. How dare they? We'll teach them. Let's see. You pick the face here and we can take out the clam.
Back to
Don't know what it does. Don't want to know what it does. We'll move the Forlorn right here. And the pillow will also move up. And the reason we did it like that is both of them can act now relatively normally. Good dodge with spike shot. Let's do light darts here. We don't want to attack it, so let's just move. Pillow, you have armor piercing. You can still function from back here, so we'll do this to speed him up just in case we don't get the kill. Spikes up. We'll whip the body here. Well, we completed Darkest Dungeon 2. So, doing well. For the most part. We're currently leveling up Pillow's character. And a Grave Robber here.
Begone,
So that
fiend.
we have people for Darkest Dungeon 3. And a few extras just in case.
Remind yourself that overconfidence
But
is
things
a
are going
slow
well.
and insidious killer.
We got through the brick wall that is DD2. We also went in a long discussion about Lovecraft. Alright, good night, Pillow. I know it's definitely late for you, so thanks for stopping by. This big crab needs to go. So, kick in the face. Grave Robber has two major roles they function in. We do need to get rid of the Madman here. They function as both a very heavy damage dancer, which means they go back and forth in the party. So, like, say, like, you have Shieldbreaker who pulls himself forward. You can be in position 3 and use an ability called Lunge. You would essentially lunge her forward and then use the other characters to move themselves back into position with
The
other
abyss
damaging moves like
returns
Crusader's Holy Lance.
Even the boldest gaze.
Shieldbreaker, any of Shieldbreaker's moves really. But you essentially keep her in position 3 so she can use Lunge here. You can also, if your team is flexible in their position but can't move themselves, you can take Shadow Fade here. A good example of a team for that would be like Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter and like, let's see, Shieldbreaker again would still work, but you could also run like Hellion, as long as you have her set up for position 2 or 1 skills. And that gives you a lot of very high damage on one target and very high crit, so you can maximize the damage more easily. But her other major role is as a ranged character who is very accurate. She has Throw Dagger here. It gets more accurate with each one you land. She also has some marginal synergy with light characters. So she's a good general damage dealer, in all honesty.
A powerful blow.
She has a lot of multi-role functions, more or less. Armor piercing is good, especially in the Cove here. So are her blight skills, because it avoids the whole thing with the Cove, which is high protection. This guy has a lot of health and a lot of prot, and she can get around that entirely. She's plan B, more or less, is the best way to put it.
Their
One more
cursed
grenade here.
champion falls.
Good money.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Go ahead and take that. Alright, so that's all the room fights here. We can also go ahead and start taking these as we go back.
Wealth beyond measure.
I'm not coming back this way,
Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy
so we'll
alike.
just use whatever we find. Chance for a collector to show up now because our pack is full. We'll just take the space here. That's one of the enemies where they have very low health but extremely high prot, so Pick to the Face is perfect for them. We will go ahead and leave this one so we get the bonus damage to it with him. And the pillow is going to target the ghoul. Ow. We resisted the stun at least. Gargling grab. Get her healed. At least there was no bleed. I was gonna say let's get her healed up, but the occultist is memeing about, citing he gets to say when we heal. With the ghoul here.
Perhaps the
As long as the
turning point.
Forlorn moves first, we've got this in the bag. And there we go.
Great is the
Because he'll
weapon
bleed
that
out.
cuts on its own.
Leave that. We're gonna have a lot of loot in a moment here. Also, I should go ahead, before I forget this time. And since we don't have diseases, I'm just getting my camping skills because we do have one more camp ready. Hunter's Pride would be good. Wondrous Roast. Those characters good to go. And we'll do something like this. Alright. Douse the light.
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold.
There's Duncan's head back.
The light,
Let's
the
also go
promise
ahead and
of
take
safety.
this over. Probably the gold here. And we'll take this over, say, at this point, the laudanums. I'm gonna regret that as soon as I do it, but my favorite book. Honestly, The Hobbit. Hey, the Swammer. Welcome in. We're getting the final team characters prepared for Darkest Dungeon 3 and 4 right now.
As the light gains purchase,
We're
spirits
just
are
about to
lifted
get in there in a moment.
and purpose is made clear.
But I would definitely say The Hobbit. And I'm meaning the original books, not any of the updated ones. I haven't ever read an updated version. I have a very old copy of it. Like, of the actual paperback. Hey! Thank you for coming by, spamming the cam. Hope you enjoyed. And hope you didn't get too, off-put with the whole Eldritch and Lovecraftian discussion. Let's see. Let's do Flashing Daggers. Hey, all good. Hey, like I said, all good. Thanks for letting me know, though. I'll take a stab at this one. Didn't get the kill, but that's close enough. We have a trinket on to where every time Pillow gets a crit, he activates this mode, which is Signs. We are going to use that to destroy this one right here. And because he crit, he stays in it. Normally you have to take an action to get into the mode. But also, well, this enemy we can't clear the horror, but right after this dungeon, I'm going to take a quick break to get up and stretch because the Darkest Dungeon 3 is very long if things don't go smoothly. It can either be very short or very long. And just in case, we'll like take a quick break to stretch and everything beforehand, so people also have time to like get up and use the restroom without missing anything. But that'll be after this.
And power.
It's Eldritch Horror, it's always weird. Alright, we can go ahead and roll a light
The
dart here.
ground quakes.
And finally, there we go. What about you, though, Barnyard? What's
Be
your
wary.
favorite book
Triumphant pride precipitates
that you can
a
think of, at
dizzy
least?
fall.
This is true. Guilty as charged. Try to keep them in check, but you know how it is.
Glittering
Oh, a
gold,
Jude. Perfect.
trinkets and
I actually need money.
baubles.
Just
Paid
to
for
make
in
sure I have
blood.
enough provisions. I can't say I've heard of that. Oh! Interesting.
Masterfully
Not what I was
executed.
expecting when I saw the name. Hey, Artie, welcome in. Yeah. I try and keep the topics about that somewhat limited. I don't always do the best with it, but every now and then. Oh. Yeah, I understand it. I do know sometimes I should shut stuff down like that a little bit beforehand. Thank you for letting me know with it. I appreciate like the feedback with that because I'm still learning with stuff like that on what I should yeah. And yes, happy birthday, Hardy. But yeah, I know. I really need to get better about restricting stuff like that. I'm bad about that sometimes. I'm personally comfortable with talking about stuff like that. I know when
Singular
people are full
strike.
crap, but I let honestly too much go through sometimes. It's something I'm trying to work on. No, I mean, I do recognize there are some things I let through that I shouldn't. I appreciate the feedback either way. Yeah, exactly.
The blood quickens.
Well, I won't dwell on it then. So, but again, thank you for the feedback. Even anecdotally. But yeah, as Barnard said, you don't want to ruin the fun, but sometimes you gotta reel it in, and I'm still learning with that sometimes. All right.
Her death by inches. hellish horrors.
So we have our
Brought low
battles
and
finished.
driven
Let's go to
into the
camp
mud.
here. Let's see. It's not really worth it because that would stress everyone out. So let's go ahead and use Gwent here to do so. Do both buffs. And we'll do the Hunter's Pride. We'll give that to the Grave Robber. Thank you. And we'll just rest here.
And now, the darkness
And by the way,
holds dominion.
I know I mentioned my
Black
cat.
as death.
Well, you can restrict it to some extent. I'm just still, you know, trying to find the balance where I'm not like, I don't want to just be heavy-handed and no one can discuss anything other than like what we're currently doing. That's not really fun. It's just finding the middle ground can be awkward sometimes. Go ahead and deal with the corpse here. And that's, like I said, I'm still learning kind of what to set up. I wouldn't say there's anything inherently wrong with it, but the people who do it solely for that and because they... No, you're not coming off as scolding. I've been trying to work on doing stuff like that. Or like figuring out what to allow and everything else. Like I've been... Yeah, that is questionable from Brian, but I get where he's coming from there. But I feel like if it's done out of passion and, you know, you can still pursue it as a career, but definitely not if it's
Seize
the primary
this
focus.
momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Careful what you say now, Brian. You're online. Oh. That's not what I needed to see right about now. Back, bound creature. But let's go ahead and get a bleed here. If it bleeds, we can kill it after all. That's annoying with the stun. That increases the... Oh no, the damage he receives. Okay. So let's activate this. Yeah, and it can be sometimes hard to tell if you're not used to it. I will say I'm personally not used to, or at least I try to see people as not being in bad faith or like, and give people the benefit of the doubt. Probably more than I should have in most cases. But it is what it is. Yes. Fast casual restaurant.
A devastating blow.
That's a tough one. I would technically, I don't know if it quite fits the bill, but I would actually say, if you ever heard of the Japanese restaurant Sticks, or it's like a Japanese hibachi, they have really good food and normally really good service too. I can't say I've ever been upset when I go there. It's not quite like fast food, but it's a more casual setting as a whole.
The bigger the beast. the greater the glory.
I will say Panda Express is also, at least the ones near me are also normally pretty good. That's another good option for me. We're actually out of food here, so I really need some food from this. I don't think I've ever heard of that one.
Much worse than
To be fair, I don't know all the restaurants near me. I don't go out to eat a whole lot, but it doesn't sound familiar. Let's go ahead and interact with both of these.
packs laden with loot.
I was hoping
are
for
often
food
low
from the
on
fish there, but
supplies.
it's not super common from that one. The bodies in the wheel are the ones that normally have the food. This is gonna be painful in a moment here.
Another mariner, another misfortune.
Go ahead and get the heal here. What happened to it? Just not enough business? Or... Alright, let's go ahead and cut this fishman down. Go ahead and heal up here. I'm hoping we get an early finish here at the next room. That's unfortunate. I can't say I'm that surprised, though. I've noticed when I do go out, Panera Bread seems to be like one of those that just took over a lot of that kind of restaurant. At least in my area. So,
Success
sorry
so
to
clearly
hear that, like, a
viewed.
good restaurant like that went.
Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Alright, start back here.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Angle here. Get rid of the bone wheel in the back.
Unnerved, unbalanced.
Ride never ends. They couldn't do this from the front. Well, at least we got rid of one. We'll go ahead and debuff the cool here. I'm not touching this chest. I cannot suffer a second mimic. I'll have to keep an eye out for that restaurant. I absolutely love sub sandwiches, but some places just don't do it well, weirdly enough. So I've honestly taken to just making them at home when I get in the mood for them. To be fair, that's how I've done with most things now, it seems like. Or I'd just rather have, like, a homemade version of it. True. Just a lot of the, honestly, a lot of the local, like, mom and pop restaurants that actually they went out of business around here around COVID. So there's very few here left. I believe we saw this earlier, by the way. I just thought about it. It could be too. I know back during a massive storm, one of them actually, a good Cajun restaurant,
size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
ended up, like, the building just collapsed on the restaurant and they didn't reopen
lit. The path is
or
clear.
rebuild.
We require
So there's
only
also
the
been
strength
stuff
to
like that because
follow
we
it.
get bad storms around where I live. So sometimes it's just that. We got at least one more fight. Hopefully one more. Yeah. The less said about him, the better. Let him become a football. I'm in the States. I've already mentioned it before, but I actually live in Alabama. I don't feel real pressure with that. No. Connection's too good for that. Even if it seems like it's not in some cases.
This expedition at least promises success.
Though, let's be honest, it's not much better here, but still. Okay, so we at least got 2 more fights. Let's go ahead and get rid of... Oh, I was hoping to one-shot that. Let's do Whiplash on this one right here. Unfortunate. We can incurse... We would kill it. Actually, it does kill it, so... We'll go ahead and do that. View Swords Dance. Doesn't kill both, so let's do this. Delete one of the jellyfish. Let's see. Flashing daggers here does kill this, injures this one, so that's probably better. He responded, cat, right? Just a different kind. Alright, and we'll claim this one. Good, we finally got a second emerald. Now, if only I could get a third, that's actually worth more than gold. Perfect. Torch on the way. I'll let you decide on that. I've said my piece. All I'll say is it's been rather cold here, but, you know, it's been cold everywhere lately. Oh, that's just because I don't let it out all that much, alright?
This is how a life is taken.
And I'm not from the deep parts. so I won't have the complete, like, southern drawl as much. You normally see that around, people who were born, like, in the lower part of the state, normally. You don't see it as much, though you do still see a lot here. Alright. Please be the last fight. I'm worried about the food check that's coming our way. True. But I'm meaning from the region, like the stereotypical, I guess, would be the better term. Oh, yes, they do. Let's go ahead and use Entangle here. That way we pull the priestess to the front, because I need to get rid of her. Grave Robber will use Pick the Face to finish her off. There we go. Lordans sound different from everyone. Alright? To be fair, they are different from everyone. Just not in the way most people think. It's probably gonna take me about what? An hour for Darkest Dungeon 3 if it doesn't go well. Otherwise it's gonna be about 30-45 minutes, so I'd say at least an hour. Because I am planning on finishing this game today. And we're just gonna do back-to-back Darkest Dungeon 3 and 4. Hence why I'm getting a separate team built up just in case. I generally stream like minimum 4 hours for the most part, around about that point. Well, there's southern people with palm trees. All right. Well, hey, thanks for stopping by. But there's southerners with palm trees and crocodiles in their backyard, or alligators. Forget which one it is. They mainly get there. Yes, from the small bits I've played of it already, I actually really enjoy it. So I have been wanting. Oh, thank you. I need to get up and stretch here. So
The pungent odor abates. The things are driven back for a time.
The other reason is, I will say, been having a bit of instability after adding so many mods. Finally, the game's not quite happy with the further
In
campaign
time,
goes.
you will know the
this is
tragic
perfect.
extent of my failings.
Okay, so we'll be right back. I'm gonna run a quick ad while I'm gone. Take this time to feel free, get up, stretch, go grab a drink. Because the next dungeon will be a long one. I'll see everyone in just a moment. And good night, Spam of the Can. Alright, I'm back, but I'm just going to be planning the expedition while we wait for the ad to finish up. Thank you, everyone, for the patience. Ooh. Interesting. That would have been cool earlier, but we didn't really get enough of those kind of trinkets, and we didn't even really use the Cracked Slayer enough to justify getting them. Ads are about 3 minutes, so we should have about 30 seconds left. I do that at like very spread out intervals just to get rid of ads for a full hour. I don't use the manager or like the auto ads. I tried that before, didn't quite like how it ran them because some people had issues with it being way too long. So I just decided, screw it, I'll run them manually and just deal with pre-rolls in the meantime. Risk. You're in the team. Ready to go in the dungeon. Percy. You too. Where is... Do I take in a Vestal? Or do I take in a Cultist for the extra... Oh yeah, we lost our Cultist, so yes, I'm taking in a Vestal. Well, no, we just... No, we just leveled one up. I actually did say I was going to bring in Pillow. I guess not, actually, because I do need the Plague Dock as added safety. I thought I would bring him in, but... Yeah, we'll just go ahead and run the Plague Dock here. We're a relatively normal team. I guess I could run him over the Assaulter, but the Assaulter has extra... She has the ability to target front and back row. So we'll stick with her. We'll do this. Full upgrades for everyone. I didn't realize... Or I wasn't thinking about the fact I already did plan out Darkest Dungeon 3's team. I guess. Definitely do Smoke Bomb. Go ahead and upgrade this. Brisk. Let's go ahead and set that up. The whole reason for Plague Dock, by the way, this is something that works both base game and modded. Plague Dock has a ability Blinding Gas, as well as a ability called Plague Grenade. It makes this area a lot easier. Frisk, you are going with Dark Stab. Slice Off, Battle Ballad, Finale, an Inspiring Tune. Let's see, do I have the right trinkets for this? We have the Blight Chance. I need to check and see. I believe we got it. Yes, we did. Stun Skill Chance. And... should have one more trinket with it. Could also do this. Wouldn't be the worst if we had nothing else. But I think we get accuracy from this. She's already accurate. Let's go with... where is it? I am looking for the ladle. Here it is. That will give us Blight Resist and Blight Skill Chance. The enemies in here do Blight. They do a lot of Blight. Jester is here for dual purpose. He's going to be doing both Battle Ballad and Stress Healing, mainly. And we will also go with on Frisk here, say... Let's see, he has 35 health. I'm trying to decide if I want to give him a bit more damage. And I think he'll be fine. What we'll do is we'll give him the Faith Bell in case his stress gets up. Which it's very likely if he gets hit a lot. Well, it's probably not the best bet. Let's instead go with then... Actually, a speed trinket wouldn't be bad on him. Let's do this. Is this a damage, speed, and dodge? Should be good. Let's see. The Assaulter. I could use the trinket spare pistol, but I'm not going to. I'm not planning on missing. I'm not going to be using stuff that relies on that. What we'll do instead, there's not much guard in here. Though there is a little. Well, let's go ahead and take that just so I can prioritize targets when it shows up. It's also just a general accuracy trinket. And go ahead and take the Grimoire. That's crit, that's damage. But it's a lot of penalties. And it takes away a lot of safety. You have a backup healer in this team. I do. I think we could afford to do that. The other reason for taking Plague Doc, by the way, is Battlefield Medicine here. It makes her very consistent. Let's do Boona Shalia just because that's good added safety for him. And we'll do the Vial once again. That'll improve our stun resist and stun chance. And, by the way, you could technically swap Assaulter with a Hellion. For base game. Let's go in. This is going to be a long one, people. Alright. Just in case. Definitely don't want to be low light in this dungeon. And we'll take in this much. Alright. We're stacked to the brim. First room, we're camping.
The interminable stone holes are but an antechamber.
I'm going to
The
immediately
creature is
start
vast
camping
beyond measure.
in the
must be
first room
battled
just
from
to be
within.
sure.
Step over the threshold,
And
let
we'll go
the
from there.
terrible truth worm its way into your mind. The Gateless Gate. A maddening aperture to realms beyond human understanding.
Yeah, it's a little gross in here. We're going to the belly of the beast. Or through it. Some might say quite literally. Alright.
Circle in the dark. The battle may yet be
We will
won.
go ahead because we have some stress already. Do a full camp here. We want to be moving first. We'll do marching plan. We'll do this for the accuracy. And the slight stress heal. There's no nighttime ambushes here. So what we can do is the Assaulter will take this. And then we'll do that. Just to get some of that stress back off of him. And we can do... Every rose has its thorns to help further reduce that.
The light. The promise of safety.
Alright. Go down first. Enemies are a little bit more grotesque in here now. You'll see less of the priests and acolytes and more of inner working. Let's see. We have a chance to stun the antibody here. Let's go for this. We have a better chance there. And it guarantees we can ignore that. I forgot to check her skills. So she's just going to have to smoke bomb. Luckily, that happened here and not later. I knew I was forgetting something. Well, let's do Dirk Stab here. Since it doesn't matter what position she's in now.
Precision and power.
Land one more Blight there, and it's dead. So let's go for a stun on this one. Unfortunate. That's the other reason we're taking, what's it called? Turret Jester. He can buff our accuracy.
Great is the weapon that cuts on
He
its
also
own.
has a move called Finale. One-time burp battle, but some very good damage. We actually have a chance to stun him still.
Devastating blow.
Great. And finally,
Well struck.
it's dead.
Slowly.
All right.
Gently. This is how a life is taken.
Let's go ahead. Ignore the flashes. Our characters are just slowly popping in and out of reality. We're being influenced by it. Let's see. If I remember correctly, it should be over this way and then down. We always want to be starting with Battle Ballad. Go ahead and get that Blight in there. The other benefit of Plague Doc is she lowers accuracy naturally on enemies. This is why we have her as well. We're gonna let her cure this Blight. And that's also why we have Occultist. While he's not the most consistent healer, he can get someone straight from death's door to full health, which is very valuable here.
Continue the
I
onslaught.
should have targeted the other one.
Destroy them all.
Ow. Let's go ahead and get a bit more damage on this one. Cultist is gonna heal her. Actually, would rather that one kill so we could weaken that one. We'll do this. I didn't say I would. We do that because it saves us an anti-venom. I'll take this one out first. Preventing damage is better than having to heal it in most cases. So we'll kill him so we don't have to heal a bit extra, because we are going to heal her.
The wounds of war
At least a
can
little
be
bit.
healed,
I need the occultist to get
but
a big
never
heal
hidden.
on our Salter here. Fine.
As the fiend falls,
You'll just take it out
faint
then.
hope blossoms.
He heard
This
that
expedition
the
at
words
least
he needs
promises
to heal.
success.
So he decides, nah, I'm good. That's how it always goes. Alright. And the hideous monstrosity shows itself. This is the whole reason behind both Plague Grenade and Blinding Gas. Let's do Plague Grenade first.
The ground quakes.
This guy has a lot of health. Try for a stun on him. Good.
Obliterated.
Okay, we do get the kill there. You need to constantly eliminate that one in the back. If you don't, you may run into some issues. And he's always going to try and create one.
A brilliant.
Well, you don't
confluence
need
of
to
skill
correct,
and
but
purpose.
it's generally advised, I guess, would be the better term. You can get lucky, and he may not do anything. But I've had enough issues with the last dungeon. I'm not risking it. Shall we say. The last dungeon showed me the game's not going to be nice to me, so I'm not going to be nice to it. It gave us all the kindness it was willing to early on in the
A
run.
decisive
Apparently.
pummeling.
The very little we got. Plague Doc is here, by the way, as a backup. In case I feel like I need to stun this rather than kill it. That's unfortunate we didn't land the stun.
Decimated.
We have been getting lucky with those crits, and we get lucky with a bonus action. I would mark, but there's really no point. Let's instead go ahead and to help us out, use Smoke Bomb. The less accuracy will potentially come up here. Also less speed. I say as we immediately take the hit. Luckily we resist due to the Hag's spoon there. Alright. Let's do a Blinding Ass. That way we can focus this creature down first, and I can heal her a little. Alright. Do a precise shot here. Revivify is actually fine. We do more damage in one turn than that heals. Normally. Do not need the double resist. Of course, it's not the best chance to stun him, but still. Let's see. We have about a 40% chance to stun. Let's go for it. Unfortunate. Please,
Press
thank
this
you.
advantage. Give them no quarter.
Yeah, this big guy hurts. Like that. So I'm trying to give myself a opportunity to heal here. Our bonuses last for one more round, so we'll leave it. Let's go ahead and get the slice off here. Unfortunate. Okay, at least got the stun on the one in the back. Try and get her away from death's door. Okay, so we get a little bit more damage with triple shot here. Go ahead and fire around. If he uses a Revivify, that's perfect. That's also fine. The occultist can actually heal himself by healing others with his trinket set up. Good. She can function in position 3, so let's do this. Just in case I need finale. Let's see. 11. Here's hoping. It's not quite enough to kill. We get 3 damage that... You're just failing me, aren't you, occultist? Okay. It didn't do the move. It can do the move on the first turn it gets. It's not always...
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Alright, you need to go. It is dead this turn. Actually, both of them are. So this is healing. Time to heal and just, like, try and make something of the situation.
Unforeseen, unforgiving.
I do not like the fact she's already so close to death. Do 2 food there. Alright. Hey, Acris. You did us good earlier. Thanks for your service. In the dungeon. And welcome back in. You got us through Darkest Dungeon 2. You and our flagellant, we trained up right with you. Currently going through DD3. Hoping to get it in one go. We'll see how it goes. We need to heal. How did that go? We have a good chance to kill here. Let's try and take that one out in the back. I want to get rid of anything that can blight me first. Can still stun this one. Can also stun this, but let's go for this guy because he can actually hurt a little. Yeah, fair enough. I'm about the same with horror games, to be honest. Most of the time, they won't get me.
Executed.
Most. Every now and then, I'll jump. Alright, we'll do triple shot on this. Okay, good dodge. We can go ahead and use Finale to finish this one off.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
I do not know what either of those are. Alright, 11. He's technically dead. That's dead. Get one more shot in here.
A death by inches.
No, okay. Also, ow. I look away for one moment and the plague doctor's nearly dead. Let's get the accuracy so I can actually hit what we're after and get the speed to outspeed them.
Inspiration.
Go ahead and do that because I'm going to try and heal here. You know, I normally speak good about my occultists, but I don't know about this one.
Is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Risk. Go ahead and stress heal.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
You know, if I have to feed someone to the dungeon, I think I know who it is. Yeah, the Plague Doctor has some really good ones. I think I'm gonna have to camp here, just for the heal. Let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna move so that she is in the back where she can heal. Well, doesn't really matter.
Be wary. Triumphant
But
pride
we're good on
precipitates
stress. I'm
a
going to
dizzying
drop
fall.
a campfire. Just gonna take the heal. Let's see. Your accuracy, that's also a health heal for you. Go ahead and heal the occultist. We'll still do every rose has its thorns for the blanketed stress heal and stress resistance. And we'll still take marching plan here.
The way is lit. The path is clear.
Oh.
We require
The occultist
only
is
the
grating
strength
on
to
me a
follow
little
it.
bit, but let's see. We've got 2 Plague Doctor skins I've got that I've really like. Well, actually I like all 3 of the types she has. We have one that's Crimson Court themed. And there's this one. Really? I didn't see that one, but that sounds awesome. Alright. Keep marching forward. I have links disabled. So you won't be able to. No one can post links here just for everyone else's safety, but also I don't really use them here. But what was do you know the skin's name? Because I can always look it up. Okay. Alright, so this guy, we've seen the Templars. We know how threatening these are. Luckily, this one is not as bad. Especially since it's a solo one. And actually, do I... Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this. Because that's negative accuracy on him.
A time
That could
to
come up.
perform beyond one's limits.
Okay. I'll take a look at it. That like next break we get, probably right after this dungeon, honestly. I can take a look at it. We'll do one slice off here just for the extra added damage. We're not gonna get the stun, so let's go for a heal. Oh, now you want to heal. Now that it's on yourself. Whatever. Get one more blight and one more accuracy debuff, and I could do this. But let's get him low enough I can easily finish him off if needed. That was a great miss. Go for another stun while we can. Alright, and I can heal next round. Yeah. Honestly, the assault... I'm guessing you're talking about the assaulter's broad or triple shot. The assaulter has really good like sound effects and everything for it. Alright, so we're good to heal here. Yeah, he had 5 health. He was dead no matter what dot was on him, but still. Come on, there you go. Now that no one's on death's door, he can heal. Alright. And with a chance for the stress heal. Oh, well.
A victory. Perhaps the turning
We still got it, but glad we had everything else set up. To be fair, I think, yeah, the accuracy debuff had just worn off. We should be fine here. Well. As long as I win this fight, we did it. So I'm going to take this extra cautiously. And by that, I don't mean I'm killing this big guy as soon as possible. While still, like, immediately taking this thing out if I can help it. Chris is also going to be setting up for finale here. Let's do a plague grenade.
A singular strike.
Go for another stun.
Blow.
And even though I've got the blight on it, I'm not risking it. We're going to take this big guy, like I said, very cautiously. So we're going to just, any chance we get, kill the eye stalk. If it's not dead. Okay, we got a stun on it. Let's go ahead and slice off. Get a bit of a dot going. Really, even with the crit. I am surprised he resisted. Okay, and the Plague Doctor can kill it next turn with the Plague Grenade. Perfect. The Assaulter, I'm pretty sure, is based off of Warhammer Fantasy, like Empire characters. Because the rifle they carry is very common in Warhammer Fantasy, like that kind of repeating rifle. And the hood reminds me very much of a character's skin from Vermintide. What is it, Gruber? Marcus Gruber. He has this huntsman skin that looks very similar. So I could definitely see that being what it's meant to be. Alright. This one's dead, so we can actually get some big damage on the big guy here. I say big damage, it's actually about the same what Frisk has been doing for us. But still. It's gonna summon here, and hopefully don't let this thing go through. Go ahead and get the blade on it. Ooh. Frisk, my man. He's constantly coming in with those crits. Yeah, well, it's not just the hood. It's also the outfit does look similar enough. That it could be like a huntsman kind of look for them. That's what I was thinking, at least. And
does not dissuade the sharpened
it's gonna get
blade.
one turn. Okay, good. Reconstitute is fine. Brisk with the stab. Get a bit of blight on it. And
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows.
let's
but
turn on the
yonder,
proper soundtrack for this
of
place,
gold.
even though you never want to be low light here.
Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
Alright. Well, we've gotten all we can out of this place. We don't even have a stress. Not like it matters, but
The
still.
match is struck. A blazing star is born.
The beginning of the end. Yeah, there's actually a lot of really good modded characters. I tried to pick, like, at least the ones I picked, I tried to keep it to either really high quality ones or ones that just looked interesting, with one exception. When it comes to high quality, I should say, but it's still decent.
At last, the twisted
But I tried
heart of
going
the
with, like, the
world
ones
is
that
laid
seemed
bare. For
I
sword
basically went with Rule of
or
Cool for it, but
supplication.
alright. As is customary, for me at least, I'm going to... Where is he? There he is. Alright. There's the meme attempt, and then there's the real one. Let's see. What would give you the best chances? I don't have any bonus damage. Honestly, I would have to probably go with something that... should be fine. Go with this. It's 25% virtue chance. That's pretty good. Yep. That'll have to do. I guess we could give him the bell. We'll do that. To try and help out here. He will keep all his skills for this, even though it doesn't matter. I'll break my rule on that for one reason. Alright, you guys. You served your purpose. You did us good. Alright, where is he? Oh. There we go. I have not. I do plan on playing it sometime in the future. But I have not played it yet. Oh look, we're going for a lucky clover. You'll see. Maybe a reference to what I did on my first Blood Moon. Or, like, run. I don't even remember what all he has, so we'll do this. Take as much shard dust as I can. You know what? Why not? I know it doesn't do horror. Fine. All the warp dust. Yeah. Man. I don't think torches matter here, but we'll take some torches. We'll give him a fighting chance. I know it's possible. So I want to always try it every time. Just because it's fun. And at least this time I'm not risking Blood Moon failing. Because when I did this the first time, I may have been one death away, so I did it just as a joke. And then had to do the entire fight
researches.
The other
what I sought
way
was a glimpse
to avoid
behind the
death.
veil, a crumb of cosmic truth.
Came through in the end, but that
I found it
in
here.
no small part due to
And in that
tons of
moment
shard
of
dust.
brain-blasting realization, I ceased to be a man and became a herald, an avatar of the crawling chaos.
And hold on. Gotta get the proper skin for it. Careful now.
Life feeds on life. In your petty pursuit of family redemption,
Acris asked me,
you consume
how many
those who
Skaven
rally
does
to
it
your
take to win
cause,
with the
and in so doing,
NSFW mods
you
from
strengthen
Darkest
the thing,
Dungeon?
accelerating
a
the
delightful
end.
combination of Skaven and
This is as it should
NSFW
be.
mods in Darkest Dungeon.
It is why
Truly
you
a
are
match
here.
made in the underbelly of the gaming world. To actually win, you'd probably need an army of Skaven, let's say. At least 10 or 12, considering their
Right.
knack for backstabbing and general incompetence. But don't be surprised when they all betray each other before they finish the first dungeon.
We are chained here
Just another
forever,
Tuesday
you and I,
in the world of
at the
Skaven,
end of the
I
world.
suppose.
Free yourself.
Not the
Rouse
same answer it
thing
gave before.
and
It didn't really
embrace the
change
inevitable
much.
cosmic hideousness that lives within us all.
Alright. Let's go ahead. Head on in. And finish this.
You still foolishly consider yourself
Yeah, I didn't think
an
there was
entity
light in this
separate
fight.
from the whole. I know better. And I will show you.
Alright, first things first. We gotta do the setup here. Reunion. Okay, I did need bandages. I thought so. I knew there was blight. Couldn't remember if there was bleed. Alright. We won't do as much revenge. We do need to get through this without an affliction check. Or, yeah, we have to get through this completely without the affliction. This doesn't reduce stress. I'm happy to see all reunions. close. %90 prot. Alright. The buff increases all of his resistances and its prot up to 90%. And it's already over. He failed the first check. Oh well. I could still try. I could go for de-stressing him, but it's not gonna happen. We'll still go for killing, but you have to hit virtue on the first one as well. The proper way to do this is to have a leper with the Crimson Curse, 2 virtue trinkets, all the shard dust you can, and like everything. We'll do that just because. The reason you don't do a whole lot of revenge is it does not compensate for what? It doesn't fully get compensated for because there's a proc cap, but there's not a damage received cap. But that does give me some accuracy. But Leper can solo this fight. It's just a 1 in a million. Well, not quite those odds, but it's very high odds against you. Simply because he's not dodging all this, he's having to face tank. No. I did get, what, 4 virtues in a row, but I just got unlucky with the Ancestor not spawning his clones, the imperfect ones. We'll go ahead and trigger the heart attack preemptively so I can heal up. Like I said, I'll at least give this a good try. There's a video on YouTube I've seen of it where, like, the guy literally... this first part is the main issue. But it is possible. That's going to be another heart attack here. As you can see, Leper can technically survive through all of this. It's just you have to get the virtue, so A, this doesn't happen. But also so you can actually get some offense in.
You cannot learn a thing you
think
you know.
We sacrificed a Leper again. I think every time I return to this, I plan on trying that.
Consider my continued commentary
We did in fact falter.
Each victory out here in the world brings you closer to the heart of things.
He at least put in a good and valiant effort. Just in case. Alright, now the actual attempt here. That is an achievement. But I've actually gone past my normal time, so we won't do another one. Instead, well, I just thought of something. I forgot to do one thing this whole campaign. I planned on having Renaud leveled up for this. Well, we at least have Dismas. But I technically need to be wrapping up here, so I do plan on finishing this today. So what we'll do is I'm going to go ahead and send in the proper team for this that I had planned. Oh, yes, the Plague Doctor skin, thank you. I'm guessing it's in the workshop, right? got completely focused on having Leper solo the Ancestor. Alright, let me real quick find the skin name. Backless and Bloody should work. There, let me look at this. You guys won't see it, simply because I have it to where I'm using game capture. That does look nice, actually. A little on the risky side, but not bad. I do like the hood look more. It's just the actual outfit itself. It's still fine. We'll be taking in a Vestal. Position 4. And who would be a good pick? You know what? I didn't take him in the first time. Or for Darkest Dungeon 3, so we'll take him in here. Alright. Trinkets. We take the Spatial Splitter as added safety. You have gone in. You helped carry the team through Darkest Dungeon 2. And I did not change anything about being able to go back in. So you are locked out of the dungeon. Everyone is 0 stress due to how entering the Darkest Dungeon works. When you enter and complete a dungeon, everyone gets de-stressed and the team gets locked out of heading back in. No, you cannot go back in. That is different on Radiant. On Radiant, the penalty is you are, you get a massive stress debuff when you go back in. So it's still not great to do. We'll do a focus ring here. That should be... The damage received is a little iffy, but the repose should make up for that. Let's do the Griffin Sigil here. And let's see. Cat Medallion? No, not the Cat Medallion. Don't really need Mark here, so let's do the Bear Medallion. No dodge, but good on survivability. Stress could be an issue here. Thinking about it. We don't really have a stress healer though, so this'll have to do. I do need to upgrade Pillow. And Dismas here. Dismas gets the Gunslinger's Belt. And his own scarf. And the poor Vestal here. We'll get the Boon of Shalia. She is basically on pure heal duty. Alright. All of the money. All of it goes. Because we shouldn't have anything after this. Alright. Let's go ahead and sell this as well. Warpstone Snuff. The Warp Eye Ring. And the final round of upgrades. Yeah, normally I would actually want a Crusader in here, if only for the stress healing to help with it. Oh, the reason why they don't go back in is the horrors of the dungeon, they refuse to return. It's too much for them, basically, is what it's implying. Yes. Very much so. They're like, nope, I saw it once, never again. Actually, I don't need that. As stated before, plenty of warp dust to get us through. Leave a little bit just in case. Take a few of these. Just in case we'll have the laudanums, and we're good to go. I mean, the whole dungeon's insane. Oh. There are mods to remove it, but I like that aspect. It adds meaning to going into the dungeon. Like, it's not just your normal run-of-the-mill. You need to be prepared. Not just for loss, but to even, like, make it through. And you need to be willing to, like, accept the risk that comes with it. Let's go ahead and remove Split Shield here. We'll throw on Split Man instead. Dismas. We'll go ahead and do this. A little risky with that. And he's the reason why we brought Laudanum, by the way. He has a debuff if we don't have it. Good to go. Pillow is good to go. I need to just check the sigils. We'll take off Igni, I think. And we'll throw on Quinn. And in we go. Alright, the real run is here.
My terrible researches.
Yeah?
What I sought was a glimpse behind the veil, a crumb of cosmic truth. I found it here, and in that moment of brain-blasting realization, I ceased to be a man, and became a herald, an avatar of the crawling chaos.
Now, we continue. Yep. It not only stops being your friend, but you just are walking through the cosmic abyss.
Feeds on life. In your petty pursuit of family redemption, you consume those who rally to your cause, and in so doing, you strengthen the thing, accelerating the end. This is as it should be.
No, to be fair,
it is why
he really just wanted us to be a blood sacrifice. Because the whole reasoning behind the Blood Moon failure at a certain death threshold, we'll go with this one, is due to the fact it gets strengthened with each death.
We are chained here forever, you and I, at the end of the world. Free yourself, rouse the thing, and embrace the ineffable cosmic hideousness that lives within us all.
Embrace it. Give it a nice big ol' hug. Yeah, it's so unfortunate he passed. At least, I will say, at least for what most people remember him for, is an amazing performance. And, like, People
You
remember
still
will
foolishly
remember him
consider
fondly.
yourself an
I would
entity
think.
separate from the whole.
All right.
I know better. And I will.
Since we're so fast, we actually get first turn to set this up just in case. I didn't realize. Ooh. That sounds like a lot of fun for that. In an odd way. All right. Chance to kill. We don't, but that's fine. Let's see. Your accuracy is down the drain here, but could get it. There we go. We're the same. No, we're not. Alright. Let's do Grape Shot Blast here. Actually, we'll do Tracking Shot. That will give me a bit more accuracy and damage. Crit. Yeah. This fight is done so perfectly for what it's meant to be. I have maybe one gripe with it, and it's not a true gripe. And that is the fact, if you're particularly unlucky, it can take a long time for his true form to show itself. And make the fight, at least in this first phase, take a lot longer than it should. But at the same time, that is fine. Because the first fight is really the main part of the fight that's actually threatening. Yeah. See, like, I got extremely lucky right here. Meanwhile, some people, even actually on my Blood Moon run, it took like 3 attempts of killing to get that to actually show up. Let's go ahead and do the riposte here. All right. Do a round swing. Yeah. Yeah, you can see it reveals a lot in this fight. Let's go ahead and blast a lot of them. Perfect reproduction. That is absolutely perfect. I adore the fight. Don't get me wrong. The things I just mentioned there do not take away from this fight in the slightest for me. I just recognize there are some possible issues. Chooses. Well, he saved himself for one more turn. Yeah. They did the Ancestors story perfectly. Even if it's not the most complex or the most out there story. Also, Ismus cleaving through the Ancestor while wearing his image. Yep. And also the court, where it shows he was the cause of the entire infestation too. Simply because he wanted to indulge himself. Also, this was insane luck, by the way. I want to say that. Getting all 3 of the remaining ones at the same time. Perfect. Alright. Amazing crit from Dismas once again. go ahead. Collect one. Yeah. They did such a great job with the animations, too, for this game. Like, you can see the ancestors, like, normal face splitting, or, like, opening its mouth with the one that appears in his chest, too. And it's, like, right there, where, like, the mouth distorts and everything. Just extremely well done. Alright. You're not singing. Not yet. Damage reflect getting the kill. And it's gonna do it a second time. And he shifts.
The flesh is fluid. It can be changed, reshaped, remade.
Alright. Go ahead and start smiting him with holy energy. Throw some dust into space. And when all else fails, randomly swing into the air. Yeah. He really did. Alright, Dismas. Let him have it. There we go. And make them all. Also, that animation right there, where he's literally, like, turning you inside out. You know, the fact our characters are still willing to fight after that first one. Awesome. Alright. They're cleave in. Still human. We can still die. Let's do a lunge forward. Refashion. Remade, but not dead yet. Though I'm about to go barbaric, it looks like. Alright, let's go ahead and set up the signs here, since he's in the wrong position. Another cleave. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Ancestor, going off the dialogue and everything, always thought he was in the right. That's kind of part of his folly. And what brought him down. Look at the Prophet. Prophet predicted all this. But he just, you know, viewed him as raving mad. And wanted no part in it. He just wanted him done away with, too. Alright. Let's go ahead and set up a riposte. Fire a shot. And the Ancestor's own pistol. The Ancestor's own people. Make them all. Yeah, because it doesn't hide it. It leaves all the clues right there. There we go. It's just there for you to piece together. Good thing that didn't riposte me. Let's give him a good old smack. but you still follow through with what he wanted to the, like, completely to the letter. Alright. Dismiss, charge forth. Let's get healed up for the final round.
The flesh is immortal. It is undying. Pray it does not take too hideous a form.
Alright. Let's go ahead. Let's start striking. Go to move Dismas back into position here real quick. Take this small breather. Yeah. Like I said, they definitely don't hide it. Oh yeah, the first time beating a heart's always a just insane experience because it's like, is this it? Is this the end? It barely even fights back in this point. Good old crit from Dismas. What are the second summon? Yep. Because it's not like they muted the sound. They left it same as it always was. You can just hear it over the other sound effects now. Lots of warpstone. Also, notice how you can actually put debuff. They even give you a small opportunity to set up here. Alright. Let's go ahead and hit some great shot on it. Yep. No, it doesn't at all, and that's what I like. Like, the darkest dungeon, it feels like you're climbing uphill to get through it. Hey, thank you for the follow, Doodling. Perfect timing. Here to see the end. But, like, they set it up perfectly. The end, I will say, it is difficult. But it's not unfair. The hardest one, in my opinion, and I know this is not an uncommon one, is Darkest Dungeon 2. Just because of what is in it and what you're asked to do can be very challenging. Yep. It's literally the Shambler's Altar. If you notice. Like, it's the same... Like, the tentacle is mimicking what the Shambler's Altar has. That's perfect. One final bleed, so he can get his bonus crit and damage. Move Pillow back into place.
Behold,
And it reveals
the heart
itself.
of the world, progenitor of life, father and mother, alpha and omega.
And then it picks up
our creator,
right where it left off.
and our destroyer.
Except with even better music. Because the track does intensify. Come unto your maker, Pillow. We must continue. Further into Vengeance. Every man for himself. Not time. Not when you're slaying an eldritch deity. Dismiss will charge forth. I know I was too. But it fits so well. Alright. One more split man. All the risk. None of the safety. So Dismiss, deliver. A pistol shot right through. Yep. All that effort getting here. Just for it to seem to be for naught. Dismiss is courageous. He does not falter in the eyes of the abyss. So let's grant him the final blow. One final stab. And there we go.
Victory.
Hey, spamming a can.
And ridiculous notion.
Perfect timing.
We are born of this thing.
Thank you.
Made from it. And we will be returned to it.
It was
in
definitely
time.
quite the journey in.
The great
Yep.
family of man.
Took in Dismiss for it
A
too.
profusion
So he got
of
to
errant
slay a god
flesh,
finally.
multiplying, swarming, living, dying.
Just like he always wanted to.
until
Didn't have
the
Ronald leveled up,
stars
sadly,
align in their
so couldn't send in the
inexorable formation.
the duo,
And what
but
sleeps is roused once more. To
It's a
hatch
bit
from
more than
this
that
fragile
at this
shell
point.
of earth and rock,
we blew
and
up the
bring
earth.
our inescapable end. So seek solace in a manner
At least
befitting
one of
your
them.
lineage, and take up your
And we assume
obligatory
our
vigil,
proper position in the cycle.
haunted forever by that sickening prose echoing through the infinite blackness of space and time. Ruin has come to our family.
I like how that's the same line. I am actually one of the next games I've planned is going to be Darkest Dungeon 2 Kingdoms. I've been very excited to try it. I've done a few small test runs, and played a small bit of Confessions to... Oh yeah, it's such a great note. But I've got everything set up for it. I want to try it, you know, and try and beat it. Yet the same line that began it ends it. Well, I wouldn't say it's significantly worse. It has its issues. It's a complete separate genre. But Ruin has come. Let's see who's online real quick. I will be raiding out here, so stick around. You may find someone you like. Let's see. Go raid into Barnyard's stream. He was in here earlier cheering us on. We'll return the favor. But yeah, like, DD2 is very different. But I didn't mind it when I tried it. Who knows, that may change after I play it more. But thank you everyone for joining in and sticking along for this wild ride. I will see you all next time. Have a good night. Take it easy. And I'll catch everyone later. True. I won't deny it's definitely not better than the first game. I feel that way too from just the bits I had experienced of it. There's some issues with balance in that I didn't care for. Catch you later. But overall, I still find it to be a decent game. But like I said, see everyone later.
Akrus asked me, why is Darkest Dungeon 2 worse or better than Darkest Dungeon 1? Oh, comparing the two, are we? It's a bit like comparing apples to, well, more horrifying, stress-inducing apples. Really, Darkest Dungeon 2 takes the whole misery on wheels concept and quite literally runs with it. Some folks enjoy the new roguelike aspects and the different combat dynamics. Others miss the original's more traditional dungeon crawling charm. It's like choosing between two equally terrifying nightmares.